Back in 1996, I was 23 and had just finished a short job stint in St. Louis. I didn't have a car at the time and I couldn't afford to fly, so I bought a train ticket eastbound. The idea was to get off in Washington, D.C., where I had a cousin I could stay with until I figured out my next move. Now, if you've ever taken one of those long Amtrak rides, you know the vibe well. The trains aren't glamorous at all. You sit in a coach seat with strangers. It smells like a mix of old upholstery and coffee. You rock back and forth as the train eats up the miles. That night the car was maybe half full. A couple of college kids across the aisle were playing cards under the reading light. A woman 2 rows up was asleep with her jacket pulled over her head. Most everyone else was just quiet, lost in their own world. We left Charleston, West Virginia around 11 p.m. By then it was completely dark out, but there was a bit of moonlight. The train cut along valleys, sometimes hugging the Kanawha River, sometimes squeezing through the wooded passes. I had the window seat, and even though it was late, I couldn't sleep. I just stared out, watching the blur of trees and the reflection of the river that ran alongside us. I have no earthly idea what time it may have been exactly, but it was late when I noticed it. At first I thought my eyes were just playing tricks on me. You know how the shadows of trees and telephone poles flick by fast, so fast you start to see shapes that aren't really there. That's what I assumed it was happening at first. But then I realized this shape wasn't flickering in and out like the trees. It was keeping pace. I leaned in closer to the glass. There, just off the tracks, something was running alongside the train. Not sprinting, not falling behind. This thing was loping along at the same speed that we were traveling. Of course, that completely rattled me. We had to have been doing at least 60 miles an hour, if not more. No animal runs that fast on 2 legs, but this thing was. I could see the rhythm of its stride, the swing of its arms. Its body was bulky in the shoulders, but narrow at the waist. The head wasn't rounded like a human. It was elongated. I could make out a muzzle and pointed ears standing up. This looked like a giant dog. A rational person seeing this is going to try to convince yourself that you're not seeing it. Maybe it's a reflection on the glass. Maybe my brain was overlaying something familiar onto a blur of motion. But then it turned its head toward the train, and I saw its eyes. They were glowing amber, like an animal caught in a set of headlights. My whole body went numb. I felt like I was pinned to my seat. My breath was stuck in my chest. I could barely breathe. It wasn't that it wasn't supposed to be there. This thing looked aware, almost like it was curious about what was happening inside that train. And it was like it wanted me to know that it could see me. The guy across the aisle shifted and asked if I was okay. My voice, obviously, told him that I was upset because it was cracked. I told him I thought I saw an animal running on the tracks. He laughed, rolled over, and didn't even bother looking. That made me feel even more alone in that moment, like I was the only one awake to what was happening outside. The creature, Dogman, Wolfman, it stayed with us for what felt like forever, but I'd guess it was maybe 20 seconds. Then, just as quick as I'd seen it, I watched it dart off into the woods, and it was gone. I sat there, stuck to the seat, watching all the trees whip by. I was half expecting it to pop back out again at the next clearing, but it never did. I couldn't take my eyes off the glass for the rest of that night. You know, we were going so fast, but it didn't look like it was working that hard. Its stride was powerful, but moving with ease. like it had no problem keeping up. I kept thinking about the Olympic runners I watch on TV, how much effort they put into running. This thing wasn't even close to being winded. When the train finally pulled into D.C. the next morning, I got off stiff and exhausted. My cousin asked if I'd slept on the ride. I told him flat out no, and I don't know if I'll ever sleep again. And I'll never sit by the window, that's for sure. It's been almost 30 years, and I still haven't told very many people. Because I can't prove what I saw, and most people wouldn't believe you if you had proof. But I do know this: nothing human could have done what I watched that night out that window. Name withheld. West Virginia. I was 20 years old in 2014. I was traveling by Greyhound from Oklahoma City down toward New Mexico. I couldn't afford to fly, and I didn't own a car at the time, so the bus was my only real option. Greyhound isn't comfortable by any means. The seats barely recline, people are piled in with their luggage, and every stop drags the ride out longer than it should. But it was cheap, and that's all that mattered to me back then. By the time we crossed into Texas Panhandle, it was well after midnight. The bus driver announced we'd be stopping at a small depot for about 20 minutes. Folks could smoke, use the bathroom, stretch their legs. Everyone groaned awake, shuffled to gather their bags or coats, and started down the aisle. This station was nothing more than a squat concrete block building with one dim light above the door. The parking lot was cracked with weeds poking through the asphalt. Beyond that, nothing but flat land as far as you could see. The horizon was a faint silver by the moon. If you've ever been in that part of Texas, you know how empty it can feel. Just miles of fields broken up by occasional lines of scrubby trees. I stepped off the bus and leaned against the building. A few people went inside. A couple of others lit cigarettes near the curb. Off to my left, an older man in a cowboy hat stood smoking too, but he wasn't relaxed like the rest. He was stiff. His eyes were locked on the dark fields beyond the lot. I followed where he was looking, and I squinted into the distance. At first I thought I was looking at nothing, just some shadows from the trees. My stomach dropped, because there was something standing out there. I would guess maybe 70 to 80 yards away. It wasn't shaped like a cow or a deer, and it sure as hell wasn't a person. It stood too tall. Its shoulders were broad, its arms were hanging long at its sides. Its head, even from that distance, I could see the sharp points of its ears sticking up in a snout. The cowboy guy muttered under his breath, just loud enough for me to hear. Damn thing's back again. I turned to ask him what he was talking about, what that thing was, but he flicked his cigarette, ground it under his boot, and walked straight inside the depot, not explaining a thing. He just left me standing there, about to lose my mind, thinking I was insane. It didn't seem to bother him at all. He seemed like this was a normal thing for him to see. I kept watching the shape. It didn't move any closer to us. It didn't go farther away. It stood there, half in the open, half hidden in the dark. It was staring in our direction. The light from the depot could barely reach it at all. But for 1 second, the moonlight shifted through a break in the clouds, and that's when I saw its eyes. They were glowing amber like burning coals. Every instinct in me said, don't move, don't make a sound, don't cause a scene. I wanted to tell the others outside what I was seeing, warn everyone. But when I looked around, they were all busy talking or scrolling on their phones. Nobody else had even noticed. When the bus driver came back out, a few minutes later, he did a quick head count, clapped his hands together, and told us to load back up. He never once looked toward the fields. It was like he just deliberately avoided it. I didn't hesitate. I was the first one back on the bus. I slid into my seat by the window, pressed my forehead against the glass, and looked through the fields as the bus came back to life. At first I thought, it has to be gone, I don't see it. Then just as we pulled into the highway, I saw it again. This time it wasn't standing still. It was running parallel to the bus. It was out in the scrub grass, long strides that kept perfect pace with the bus. We had to be doing about 55. Its arms were swinging wildly down low, its shoulders rolling forward like a sprinter. But the way it moved just did not seem natural. This seemed like some sort of supernatural monster. It was very fluid, extremely powerful. I gripped the armrest so hard my knuckles started to hurt. The guy across the aisle noticed me staring out the window and asked what I was looking at. I almost told him, but the words just got stuck. How do you even tell a stranger that you're watching a giant wolf-headed thing chasing the bus in the middle of nowhere? After maybe 30 seconds, it slowed down. Its shape I watched fade into the dark until it was gone. The rest of that ride, I couldn't close my eyes once if I wanted to. Every passing shadow made me think that this thing has came back. I kept expecting to see those eyes come back out of the dark and shine through that glass. The part of this whole event that rattled me the most is the part that most people avoid when I tell them what happened. Most everyone's focused on this wolf creature, Dogman. But I look back on that cowboy's reaction. He wasn't surprised. He wasn't confused. He acted like he'd seen it before, like it was expected. And the driver, the way he hurried us back on without even looking toward the fields made me think maybe he knew too. All I know is whatever was out there wasn't some drifter or coyote. Coyotes don't stand upright with shoulders like a football player. And neither them or a person alive can run stride for stride with a bus. I'm sorry. It just can't happen. I've never been back on a Greyhound again. Not only because of that, just because it sucks. Anonymous, Texas Panhandle. It was the fall of 2017. I was living in a small town in central Illinois. It's the kind of town where high school sports were the biggest event you could find on a Friday night. A couple friends and I decided to drive over to the next town to catch a basketball game. One of the guys had a girlfriend on the cheer squad, so that was our excuse. Really, we just wanted something to do. The game ran late, and afterwards we hung around too long. By the time we piled into the car, it was pretty late. We were all tired, half-wired on cheap concession stand food and soda. We were joking around like kids do. There were 4 of us. My friend, Jake, was driving. Me and another guy in the back seat, and we'll call him Chris, was riding shotgun. Instead of taking the main highway back, Jake suggested cutting through the farm roads. "I'll save us some time," he said. We all agreed. Out there, the back roads are nothing but stretches of cracked asphalt with cornfields and soybeans. That time of year, the fields were bare, just stubble and dirt. For the first few miles, it was uneventful. No traffic, no houses, just dark fields and our headlights bouncing off the road ahead. I was half dozing against the window when the guy next to me jabbed my arm. "Did you see that?" I rubbed my eyes and pressed my face to the glass. At first I didn't see what he meant. It didn't take me long to find it. There was something moving in the ditch, moving alongside us, running. My brain went into scramble, trying to find an obvious answer for what I was looking at. A dog, maybe a coyote. No dog I'd ever seen could run like that, and this thing was upright. The shoulders rocked with every stride, and the arms were extremely long and skinny. It was leaned forward almost like it was about to run on 4 legs, but it stayed on 2. Its head was level with the car window, and we were in a sedan, so that meant it had to be close to 7 feet tall from down in that ditch. I said something like, "What the hell," or "What is that?" That's when the headlights hit the thing a bit. A flash of red, gone as quick as it came. But I know what I saw. This thing had red eyes. Chris in the passenger seat noticed it too. He started saying, "Speed up, speed up." His voice wasn't joking anymore. Jake was trying to laugh it off. It's just some guy messing with us. But he pressed the gas all the same. The thing matched us, speed for speed. It never fell back. It never surged ahead. It just kept perfect pace. The car got extremely quiet. All the jokes had died. You could hear nothing but the engine and the tires and our breathing. Finally, it felt like forever, but it was probably only a minute or so. The creature slipped off into the trees, off to the left side, and disappeared. Nobody spoke a word for quite a while. Chris finally broke the silence, and he said, "We all saw that, right?" None of us laughed or said anything. The rest of the ride, we didn't turn the radio back on. We didn't stop to check the ditch. We just drove home in silence. For weeks after, we avoided talking about it. When it did come up, someone would make a nervous joke and change the subject. But I know none of us really believed it was a prank or a trick. I can still see that thing's eyes, glowing for that split second. What kind of animal has red eyes? What kind of animal is 8 feet tall and has a giant wolf head on top of a human body? What kind of thing that's that big can move that fast? It was like running down a car was no more trouble than going for a casual jog. That night marked the last time I ever took a shortcut through any of those farm roads. I still drive past that area at times, but never after dark. 4 of us saw it, and we've never told anyone outside the group until now. But we all know what we saw wasn't human, and it sure as hell wasn't any animal that belongs in Illinois. If you have any opinions or thoughts, I'd love to hear them. Pete, Illinois. I used to drive a yellow cab in northern New Jersey. Started in the late 80s. Did it for over 20 years. It paid the bills, but I hated it. The good thing is, well, it can be a good thing, sometimes not. You meet all kinds of people in that job. You'll meet drunks, businessmen, kids heading to prom, families with luggage on the way to the airport. Most nights were pretty boring. Pick someone up, drop them off, wait for the next call. But every now and then, you get something that sticks with you. There's one night I've never been able to shake. It was late in 2009. I remember because it was winter, and the roads had that shine like they'd just dried after sleet earlier in the day. It was close to midnight when dispatch radioed in a pickup at the old bowling alley that had been closed for years. Very weird location, but I'd had a lot stranger. When I pulled up, there was a kid in his early 20s standing outside. He was very skinny. Jeans was sagging. He was clearly drunk or high, or both. He slumped into the back seat and gave me an address near the edge of town. It wasn't far, but it meant cutting through the industrial area. Long stretches of warehouses, junkyards, chain-link fences, and big patches of woods that had never been cleared. Not a place you wanted to be after dark, I'll put it that way. The kid was quiet. He was just watching out the window like he was half asleep. I didn't care. Less talk meant less headache for me. We drove about 10 minutes like that. I was just watching the road, thinking about how many more fares I'd get before calling it a night. Then out of nowhere, the kid just gasped really hard and said, "Oh my God, what the hell is that?" His voice slurred, but it was easy to understand, and it was sharp, with fear. I thought he was just drunk and could be anything. But then I looked where he was pointing. On the far side of the fence, standing just outside the spill of the light, was a figure. It looked like a man at first, but no man has a head shaped like that. It was too long, too tall, too big of a set of ears sticking straight up. The shoulders were massive, and the body tapered down into legs that bent in a way that looked like a dog standing up. The kid slid across the seat away from the window, whispering for me to keep driving. I slowed down instead. My brain was going all over the place, and that's when the thing stepped forward a few feet. The light hit its face good, and I swear to you its eyes reflected back a deeper amber glow than I've ever seen. This thing didn't move like it was scared or startled. It moved like it wanted us to see it. I slammed the gas to the floor. The cab lurched forward. The tires slid a little on the damp road. The kid yelled at me to go faster. As I checked the mirror, it got worse. The thing wasn't standing there anymore. It was running full speed. Not on four legs like a dog, but on two, and it was keeping up with us. I could see it flash between piles of scrap and gaps in the fence. Its head was level with the roofline of the car. Every stride it took was huge. The fare was practically crying now, begging me not to stop like I was going to. I wasn't an idiot. I pushed the cab as fast as I could down these broken roads without crashing, praying the suspension would hold. At the end of the fence line, I whipped the wheel into a hard right turn. The cab slid a little before gripping again. When I looked in the mirror, the thing was gone. It hadn't followed us around the corner. We rode the rest of that trip. The kid was curled in the far corner of the seat, just shaking. When I pulled into his apartment complex, he just jumped out before I'd even stopped completely. Didn't pay, just ran inside like his life depended on it. I sat there a long time before I pulled away. My whole body just felt wired, like every nerve was still up from adrenaline. I thought about calling it in, maybe telling dispatch or even the police. But what do you say? I hear people say this all the time. What do you say? What do you tell them? A big upright wolf chased my cab through the junkyard district? They'd have laughed me right off the radio, and I wouldn't have blamed them. Instead, I just drove home, parked the cab, and told no one. Not my wife, not the dispatcher. I didn't tell anyone. I don't see the point. To this day, this is the first time I've really put it into words, and honestly, I think I feel better. But I'll never forget seeing it. I'll never forget coming to the realization that these things are actually real. I'll never forget how easily it kept up with us, running 50 miles an hour like it was nothing. Whatever they are, there's no human in them. There's no way that that thing contained any source of DNA from a human being. It looks like a monster to me. So that's what I choose to call it. These things are monsters. You will never change my mind. If it wasn't aggressive or angry, then why did it try to chase the car down? There's too many questions around these things and not nearly enough answers. I won't even begin to pretend I know anything to tell someone that will help them, because I don't. Just be careful out there. and the things that are in your mind that you've been taught that aren't real. You may as well forget all that right now. Anonymous, New Jersey. Hello, Reels. My encounter took place in the summer of 2002. I was in my late 20s traveling through Maine for work. I had a week-long job repairing equipment at a paper mill, and instead of driving the long way around the coast, I took one of the ferries that cut across Penobscot Bay. It wasn't my first time on a ferry, but it had been years since I'd done it. I figured it would be a nice change of pace. The ferry left around dark, and by the time we were halfway across the bay, it was full on dark. There weren't many passengers that night, maybe a dozen cars on the lower deck, a handful of truckers, and a few people scattered along the railing up top. I parked my car below, grabbed my jacket, and went topside to get some fresh air. It was a quiet night. The water was pretty calm, just ripples here and there. I remember the air smelled like salt and diesel. That's a small, pointless detail that I will always remember. I stood at the railing watching the shoreline fade behind us. I could see the faint outline of trees. After a while, I noticed a guy a few feet down leaning on the rail with a cigarette. He wasn't watching the horizon like I was. He was staring hard off the port side down toward the water. As I looked where he was looking, I thought he was looking at a buoy or maybe a dolphin surfacing. But he wasn't. He was looking at a shape moving along the shore. We were at least a quarter mile from land, maybe more. Whatever this was, it was keeping pace with the ferry, and it was big. Even from that distance, I could tell it wasn't a bear. It was upright. It was extremely tall. It looked like it was built for speed, even the size of the thing alone. Each step carried it across the rocks and brush like none of it slowed it down. The guy that saw it before me just muttered out low, "Christ Almighty." He was just as freaked out as I was. I leaned forward, trying to get a squinting look. The moon caught it just enough to show its head. It was huge and looked like a giant German shepherd, but it moved with this frightening ease, like running full tilt was second nature. Every so often it would glance toward the ferry. Its eyes would flash a faint amber. I couldn't wrap my head around it. I still can't. We were moving probably 15 knots, and this thing on shore was staying right with us. For nearly 2 minutes it shadowed the ferry, never falling behind. A couple of times it vanished behind some trees, but each time it would reappear right where it should have been. The cigarette guy must have seen the shock on my face because he turned and just looked at me with this "oh crap" look on his face. As he got closer to me, he put a hand on my shoulder and said, "Don't even mention it. They don't like folks talking." Before I could even say a word, he walked away and went below deck. I couldn't believe it. I felt like I was in a movie. I stayed at the rail. Finally, the shoreline curved and the thing peeled off into the woods. It was gone just like that. I couldn't relax for the rest of the ride. I kept scanning the water, the shore, anywhere I thought it might reappear. I kinda wanted to see it again. When the ferry docked and we drove off, I just couldn't stop thinking about what I'd just seen. The sheer size of that thing, the way it kept pace without any effort at all. Trees, rocks, anything in front of it was no problem. I never mentioned it to the guys at the mill. I never told many of my family members, only a couple. I know what I saw wasn't normal. I'm pretty sure it was a Dogman. What else could it have been? Not one single human could have done that. No animal I know of runs upright either, especially matching speed with a ferry in the middle of the night. To this day, when I think of Maine, that's the memory that comes back first. Not the smell of the ocean or the rocky coast, just the image of that hulking monster running the shoreline. Those eyes, like it was looking straight into my soul. These things feel evil to me. Anonymous. Reels. I've been sitting on this story for a number of years now. It was 2004. I was a volunteer firefighter in a rural part of southern Ohio. We didn't get a lot of action compared to the city guys. Maybe a house fire once in a blue moon. But mostly it was chimney fires, fender benders, or helping out with brush burns that got out of hand. It wasn't extremely exciting, but I loved it. It was something I believed in. Neighbors helping neighbors. That kind of thing. Something we need more of today. It was sometime around the end of November. I remember because the air was definitely getting colder, and when you stepped outside, you could definitely tell winter was on the way. My pager went off around 11 p.m., jolting me awake. The call was for a barn fire out past the edge of town. On this call, it was one you know before you even get there, that the structure is probably going to be a complete loss. By the time I put my boots on, grabbed my gear, and drove out, you could see the glow in the sky from miles away. That's how hot this barn was burning. When I pulled up with the truck, the whole family that owned the place was standing outside. All of them safe, but they were completely panicked, understandably. The farmer was red-faced and he was shaking. He kept shouting that he heard something big inside the barn right before it went up. His wife was trying to calm him down, saying all the animals were already out in the pasture. He wouldn't drop it, though. We started laying lines, setting up to protect the house, which was only about 50 feet away from the barn. I remember the heat being so intense, it felt like your skin was cooking even through the turnout gear. I was on nozzle, waiting for water, when I caught movement at the edge of the trees beyond the fire. A normal individual would think, that's another horse and it's been spooked by the flames. But it didn't move like any horse. This thing was froze in position and standing upright on two legs. I was also froze with the nozzle in my hands, watching as this figure stepped out just enough that I could make out a few small details. This creature was enormous, 7, maybe 8 feet tall. Its shoulders were broad and it was covered in dark fur that caught the light of the fire and made it shine. Its head was shaped like a timber wolf. Its arms were extremely long and looked almost malnourished. They were way too long for any animal or man alike. It was standing there on two legs, just like it was spectating the whole event. It only stood there for a few seconds, but I don't know how to explain the look. The eyes locked onto me. I could feel a physical heaviness of this thing's gaze. It was like my body just wouldn't move, like I was pinned in place by something that I couldn't understand. It's like its very stare alone could lock you down. It turned in this weird motion that did not look natural and just walked off into the woods. I thought maybe I'd lost it from the heat and exhaustion, but when we finally got the fire under control, one of the older guys, a 20-year vet, mind you, came up beside me. He didn't say anything right off. He just stood there looking toward that same tree line. Finally, he said, "You saw that thing too, didn't you?" Another guy actually overheard, and he nodded without a word. 3 of us had seen it. But when the chief filed out the incident report later, the cause was listed as electrical, and there was no mention of anything unusual or strange. I asked him about it once in private. He shut me down hard. Said if I wanted to stay in the department, I'd keep my mouth shut about what I thought I saw and things that are above my pay grade. Which was ridiculous in itself. I was a volunteer. He definitely seemed a bit flustered and was crossing his words and mumbling. I don't think this warning, or whatever you want to call it, came directly from him. I think word got out and it came from somewhere higher up. That's just an opinion, of course, my observation of the events. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. But all of this seemed to tie up too convenient. There's one thing for certain. Now looking back, I know for a fact that farmer was telling the truth. There was something in that barn before it went up. I just wonder if he ever saw it too. And a question that needs even more attention. Did that thing somehow, some way, have anything to do with how that fire started? Sadly, we'll probably never know the answer to that question. But if you're hearing this and you think I'm full of crap and these things aren't real, I don't know what else to tell you. Name withheld. This email was subject line, the EMT crash encounter. It was back in 2011 when I was working as an EMT in Pennsylvania. Our shifts were 12 hours, and a lot of what we did was routine transfers. Nursing home to hospital, hospital back to home. But every so often, a call would come in that was a little more exciting, a little different. It was around 2 or 3 in the morning when dispatch sent us out to check on a car accident on a county road that runs through nothing but a lot of thick woods and farms. A state trooper was already en route, but we were closer, so we went ahead and went. When we pulled up, the scene didn't make any sense. Immediately, the car was nose down in a shallow ditch. The hazard lights were still blinking. The windshield was busted, but the airbags hadn't deployed. The front end didn't look like it hit anything major. The driver, a man in his late 20s, was standing outside the vehicle. He wouldn't get near the car. I went over to check him out to look for injuries. There were no major injuries. He had a couple scratches on his face from the glass, but he was more scared than hurt. I asked him what happened, and he just kept saying it ran me off the road. I figured maybe a deer, a bear, or something had ran across in front of him. It definitely is something that happens a lot. But when I pressed him on it, he shook his head. It wasn't an animal. This looked like a big person, covered in hair. Now you've got to understand, I wasn't the guy to entertain nonsense like that. I wrote it off as shock. We walked him back toward the ambulance so I could get his vitals, and that's when the troopers showed up. The guy tried to explain it again, said something tall, wolf-headed, came out of the trees and charged toward the car, claimed he swerved and went off the road to avoid it. The trooper gave me a look over the guy's shoulder. You know the kind of look. Like, here we go. We got us another crazy one. But then something happened that wiped the smirk right off both our faces. While we were standing there, the woods just all of a sudden went completely quiet. Then, a pretty good distance out, something heavy started moving in the brush. We could hear it, walking. This thing definitely did not care who heard it. We all stood there. The trooper put his hand on his sidearm, not knowing what to expect. My partner grabbed the flashlight off the rig and the driver started babbling. He kept saying, "That's it. That's what I saw. The beam from the flashlight went across the ditch and into the trees. For a half second, we saw eyes. They were bright amber-colored and very high off the ground. They blinked, shifted quickly, and then whatever it was moved deeper into the woods. This wasn't something moving on four legs. It was clear to hear it was walking upright. The trooper finally said, "Get him loaded and clear the scene." That was it. No investigation, no tracking, nothing. No one was about to go anywhere near that tree line. We just got the driver in the ambulance, and the trooper wrote up something in the report later as single vehicle accident. Driver swerved to avoid animal collision. Back at the station, my partner and I tried to talk about what we'd seen, but it went nowhere. He just shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter. You know they don't want that in the report. It's nonsense." The driver ended up being fine physically, but mentally, I don't know. The way he kept repeating himself in the back of the ambulance, like he was begging us to believe him, that's ultimately stuck with me over the years. I never actually saw it, but the way he kept rambling and going on and on, I truly believe this man saw one of these things. I never believed or even knew what a Dogman was before that night. I didn't even know what one was supposed to look like. But whatever was standing in those trees on two legs, it was watching us, and it was big, way bigger than a human. I'll never forget it. And no one can convince me of what I never saw, but I heard, and this guy was definitely not lying. There's no way. I refuse to believe that. There's too many people coming forward and claiming the same thing. If it has feathers and it walks and quacks like a duck, then most likely you have a duck on your hands. Reels, I think what you're doing is very valuable and very rare. I truly believe you have honest, to God, good intentions. And I do believe you are helping people. Continue on, sir. A concerned EMT, Pennsylvania. Hello, Reels. My encounter goes back to 2016, when I was part of a volunteer search and rescue team in upstate New York. We trained year-round, but real calls were hit or miss. Sometimes it was just hikers who took a wrong turn. Other times, it was a bit darker. Missing persons that didn't end well. One weekend, we got called in to help look for a middle-aged man who hadn't come home after going out to scout deer stands. He was supposed to check in with his wife before it got dark. But when midnight rolled around and she still hadn't heard from him, she called it in. By morning, we had a crew of about 20 people combing the woods near where his truck was parked. It was late, fall, damp, patches of wet leaves and mud that made tracking a lot easier. I was with a partner about a quarter mile in when we spotted tracks in a soft patch near a creek. I thought they were bear prints, but the longer I looked at them, the less sense that made. Each one was huge, bigger than my boot, and I wear a size 12. The shape just did not look right at all. They weren't round like a bear's paw. They were long, very elongated, actually, with a heel and defined toes like a human footprint. But the toes, you could tell, ended in deep punctures into the ground, like where claws had dug in. It chilled me to even look at these. I could feel the hair on my neck standing. They were in a straight line, not staggered like an animal on four legs, but left, right, just like a man walking through. We followed them for a bit, and then they veered off into thicker woods. The stride length was insane. Whatever made those tracks was covering ground way faster than we could. I called it over on the radio, told base we found some unusual prints. The response came back almost instantaneously. Disregard. Continue grid search. I remember just standing there, staring at my radio, thinking, what the hell? We were trained to follow any sign, but this time we were flat out told to ignore it. My partner just said orders are orders, and we moved on, but neither of us liked it at all. The missing guy was found later that evening. He was alive, but definitely shaken up. He was sitting near a old logging road miles back from his truck. He was covered in mud, and he was acting like he'd been through hell. He claimed he got turned around and panicked, but when I tried to ask more, he wouldn't even look me in my eyes. He just kept saying he didn't want to talk about it. He just wanted to go home. Later, back at the firehouse, I had actually taken a few snapshots of these prints. A couple of us were talking and we were studying the pictures. The senior SAR coordinator shut us down. He saw the pictures and almost forcefully made me delete them. He said we don't report things that will cause problems. Stick to the training. His tone made it clear we weren't supposed to push on this issue. That was the first and last time I saw any prints like that. But I know what I saw. I had pictures, and I know we were told to look the other way. It doesn't add up to me at all. I stayed on that team another year, but after that I stepped away. Not because of danger, but because I realized there are rules no one explains to you until you cross them. Rules that I don't necessarily agree with. I understand if no one believes me. I know it seems suspicious, but I'm telling the truth. And I want people to know due to safety reasons alone. If someone else was telling me this story years ago before I saw those tracks, I would push it off and say it's nonsense. But I saw what I saw. It wasn't a hoax. Those were real tracks. They were clear to see. It's definitely took a toll on me mentally. Now every time I walk into the woods, I catch myself looking at the ground more than I used to. If those prints show up again, I want to be ready, and there's no one going to stop me from making it public. If I get a chance, I will publicize this event. Former SAR volunteer. S. New York. Reels. I won't give my name or exact locations of this event due to, well, obvious reasons. It was 2008. I was a deputy in Wisconsin. Out there, we got a lot of calls where it was domestic disputes or you would get livestock loose on the highways. Every so often, we'd get what we called prowler calls. Somebody hearing footsteps around their property or seeing shadows near their barns or tree lines. We never really put things together until after a lot of these calls started coming in that year in 2008. We received way too many of these prowler calls. It definitely was not normal. One night, I myself got dispatched to one of these calls. It was a woman living alone. Said she'd heard something big walking around her house after it got dark. She claimed she could hear this thing breathing heavily outside of her bedroom window, and she was afraid to pull the curtains to look. I drove out there. It was just her and this little farmhouse lit up in the middle of all that black. She met me at the door. This lady was scared to death. Said whatever it was had circled the place for at least half an hour. She swore that it wasn't a human. I did a walk around the property with my flashlight. The ground was wet from rain earlier, so I figured if anyone had been out there, I'd find some boot prints. But the only impression I saw was a very strange one. It was big and looked like a human's bare feet, but with claws dug in at the tips. I'll be honest, I didn't know what to make of it, so I didn't say anything. I was standing near her back fence when I saw some movement out of the corner of my eye. I swung the light, and sure enough, it hit something that was alive and breathing and moving. This something was very tall. It was standing just inside the trees, trying to hide, I suppose. It was watching me. It was probably 6.5, maybe 7 feet tall at the most. It had a very wide chest, and its body was completely covered in what looked like dark fur. The light just barely caught it around the face area. It had a long snout, I could see pointed ears, and its eyes were reflecting a yellow color when the beam hit them. This thing never ran when I spotted it. Didn't even act like it was startled or surprised. It stood there swaying side to side slowly, breathing very heavily. After a brief stare down, it turned and walked away, as slow as could be on 2 legs. I stood frozen until it was gone. My first instinct was to chase it, but there was no way I was going into those woods by myself with that thing out there. When I got back inside, the old woman asked me what I saw. I told her it was nothing, probably just a big dog, and she gave me this look like she knew I was full of crap. Back at the station, I mentioned it to my sergeant. He seemed to get a very serious look on his face and basically told me it's best not to put that in your report. So I didn't. Officially, it was another prowler, unfounded. I never stopped thinking about it. I know what I saw wasn't a dog. I feel for that old lady. I wish there was more I could have done, but obviously it never came back because she never called again. This sure as hell wasn't my imagination. It was standing right there directly in my light where I could see it clearly. After that year, those weird prowler calls seemed to die off. It's something that makes me think that maybe these things are migratory and they just move through the area. I'm not really sure. Just speculation and observation. I'm truly glad I found your channel as I listen to others as well. I try to learn what I can to figure out exactly what these things are because I know they're real. I saw one. Every time someone occasionally brings up those weird prowler calls or someone mentions wolfmen or creatures in their yard, I get rattled. I keep my mouth shut and listen intently. Inside, I know these people are not all making this up. Some of them, sure, maybe, but I know some of them are telling the truth. Anonymous. You can use this if you want. You have full permission. Just leave out any names if you can. I would appreciate it. I was a paramedic for almost a decade in western Kentucky. This was 2013. Our station was attached to a small regional hospital, and a lot of nights we'd sit in the rig outside waiting for a call, drinking horrible coffee and listening to the radio. Nothing special about that night in particular. It was early in the AM hours. I can't be certain to name a specific time, but it was late. It was a very clear sky out that night, and it was a quiet where you can hear the vending machine humming 20 feet away from you. My partner had gone inside to grab a snack. I stayed in the rig, door open, scrolling on my phone. Out of nowhere, the hairs on the back of my neck stood. It was the same feeling you get when someone's staring you down. I thought maybe one of the ER staff had came out, but when I looked toward the trees at the far edge of the parking lot, I saw something crouched there that wasn't ER staff. It was low to the ground like it was trying to stay hidden, but it was too big to really do that successfully. I thought, is that a big dog? As soon as I thought this thing slowly started to rise and it stood up. It straightened up on two legs and it had to be 7 feet tall at least. It had bright yellow eyes and the head of a dog or a wolf. Let's just say canine. Its body was completely, well, not completely. It was covered in light gray, almost silver fur. But around the chest area and on the legs, the fur was super thin and I could see this weird leathery skin underneath. This was definitely something physically really there. This was not a costume. This was not a prank or a prop. This was something breathing and blinking. It looked like around the neck and the sides of the face it had really thick, long hair. It reminded me of a lion's mane. I could see its hands on its front arms or legs. It looked like human-shaped hands but stretched out longer. It was weirdly flexing its fingers, making a fist, then opening its hands over and over. I'm no animal expert, but this thing was displaying behaviors akin to wanting to attack me or showing aggression. It seemed angry for no reason. The look it was giving me was a look of hatred, a look of disdain, like it hated me for reasons I was unaware of. I sat there in the driver's seat, hand halfway to the radio but not pressing the button. It stood there, staring straight through me. It finally started walking, like it owned the damn place. It crossed the edge of the parking lot, never breaking eye contact with me. I could still see its claws flexing on its hands as it moved. It passed behind one of the ambulances parked down the row, and when it came out the other side, it had dropped back into a crouched and slipped position on all fours. Then it just went off into the trees. It was gone, and it never made a sound. When my partner came back out a minute later, I was still gripping the steering wheel. He asked me if I was okay, and I couldn't even get any words to come out. I didn't tell anyone for a few weeks. When I finally mentioned it to an older medic who'd been there a lot longer than me, all I said was, "Have you ever seen anything weird out here in the parking lot at night?" He just stared at me and shook his head, but he would not talk about it. I don't know if he knew what I meant when I said something weird, but he sure acted like he did. That's when all of it hit me like a bus. This wasn't just some freak thing I'd seen. I think others had seen it as well, and we were all keeping quiet for reasons I don't know. I guess what matters is I'm coming forward now. When you see something you can't explain to anyone, you don't know how to approach the conversation, so you just stay quiet. That is, until you find a group of people like this group, where you feel comfortable enough to come forward and you're not going to get ridiculed or belittled. Now, if you or anyone's wondering, I do still work EMS. But I park a lot closer to the doors now. I haven't seen it again. I don't sit alone in dark lots anymore either. When people laugh about Dogman encounter stories, I just keep my mouth shut. Because late that night, in that hospital parking lot, I learned the hard way that these are all not just stories. Thank you, Reels. P. Western Kentucky. Hi, Reels. I hope writing this down helps not only me, but others who seek to find truth. I know that's all I seek. I'm trying to nutshell it. The encounters are many. I think they might be related somehow from the 1970s to 2025. Let's get started. My name I won't give here because I get the feeling as I bring this into the light, there are those who don't want it there. So you can call me Raven. This happened back in the late 70s. I had fled my boyfriend. I had to. Something, call it God, call it personal angels. Something was watching over me because I left with very little money, a jacket, and the clothes on my back, ballerina slippers on my feet, and the faith that everything would be fine. Fast forward a bit. I was able to stay in a small cabin in a place called Heart Lake near Guthrie in northern Minnesota. It was late August, early September. The weather was getting cool at night. My friend, a deputy for the Cass Lake Police Department, worked the overnight, so I was able to stay a few nights and watch over the cabin and his dog Nick, a beautiful and very shy Malamute, whose doghouse sat right below the bedroom window at the back of the cabin. The cabin sat amongst 2 or 3 other rather decrepit little cabins in the owner's home. This used to be a small resort. It had a nearly unused landing for boats. The cabins and house set in amongst the trees, the forest encroaching on all of it. The area to this day is mostly woods, some farmland and hay fields, but mostly forest, tax forfeit, and state land. Very wild. The sun had set, and we'll call my friend Joe. He left for his overnight shift. I'd say it was somewhere around 9:30 or 10 at night. I remember I was tired and looking forward to a good night's sleep. I laid down and drifted off. I have no idea how long before I was dragged up out of sleep by a growl, but I had been so far down that I couldn't tell if maybe I had been dreaming. So I lay with my senses alert, waiting to see if the sound would come again. I was feeling a bit uneasy, so I got up, fumbling to find the light switch. I found one, flicked it on, and it lit the kitchen, which sent light into all the little rooms of the cabin. I went to the sink, running water for a drink and looking out the window into the night. Besides the inadequate outside light of the owner's home, it was very dark. I drank some water and set down the glass when the growling returned. It was a deep and rolling sound that rattled the floor underneath my feet. My mind went to the dog, Nick. The growling was coming from the direction of where his shelter sat under the bedroom window, so I'm thinking it's Nick. I had never heard of Dogman. I had heard of Bigfoot, but that was the farthest thing from my mind. In my mind, I'm thinking Nick is facing something down, so I decide to go get the dog. When I think about it now, it's not very bright, but I had no real reference to cryptids of any kind. The growling was so unusual for this shy, timid guy. I was afraid for him. In fact, I had never heard anything so deep that it vibrated floors and set off every alarm your senses have. My only thought was to get the dog. So out into the night I went. It's so long ago now I cannot remember if I had a flashlight, but I must have, because I remember coming around the side of the cabin to the back and following the chain from the stake to his shelter against the back of the cabin. He was all the way in the back, and I had to drag him out. The look on his face was, "Are you crazy?" I did notice there was no shadows cast to my right, where there were shrubs and trees. It was just black, just one roiling mass of black. I unhooked the chain and, hanging onto his collar, quickly walked back around to the door and into the cabin. When I let him go, he scuttled into the bedroom. After I locked the door, I found him under the bed, and he was not coming out. I turned out the light and felt my way back to the bed where I didn't lay for long before I was hit by a feeling of dread. It took hold of my senses, making sure I knew it was there. From the window above my head, I observed first tiny orb-like lights filtering in through the window. Then they slowly grew in size, some white, some bluish, others a light orange. Beautiful to look at, but awful and dark in feeling. When people say they feel evil with these beings, believe them. That description fits. It's penetrating in a way that seems to move you toward a state of panic, like you are being tested. Just how much of this mean, evil frequency are you going to be able to take before you break? Just a brief pause to give this person applause and credit for how they described that. I could not have described that feeling any better. That is spot on. Bravo. I sat up with my back to the wall underneath the window, cross-legged. First I prayed, calling on Jesus, and the feeling got worse. Then I started visualizing light around me, strengthening its boundaries around me, visualizing mirrors facing outward so whatever was before me could see nothing but itself. This took a lot of effort and time, more like a tug of war. Honestly, it felt like I was trespassing on its territory and only my own effort was allowed. I was being tested. Nothing, not Jesus, nothing but myself. I either passed the test or I would be broken. I had never been put in a position like this, but I kept working on the mirrors and light, staying away from fear. These were the only things that began to slowly neutralize its power. Just before the sun rose, I felt its hold drop. The test was over, and I'd passed its test. Dogman? Was this Dogman territory? Anubis tests or weighs the heart of man. I don't know, it's a question. It was not until later in my life that Dogman became a possible answer. Little did I know that in a strange and unusual way I had become a part of someone else's story. Here's the next part of the story. Use it or not. It's up to you, Reels. The next day, Joe comes home and tells me that if I would like, I have the opportunity to babysit a cabin and a German Shepherd while the owner visits his family in California. The little house sits on about 40 acres just outside of Guthrie, so not far from Heart Lake and the above incident. I remember the driveway was long. On the right side sat a brushy swamp, and to the left, pastures, its boundaries and old worn sections of barbed wire and rotting wood posts. A long time since anything was pastured there. Then to the right, the little one-story house, blue in color, came into view, appearing to sit on the highest point on the land, which wasn't all that high. We parked the truck and Joe unlocked the door and showed me around his friend's place. I didn't mind no running water and splitting wood to cook and heat. It was an adventure. It had electricity and the dog was huge, almost black, maybe one of the best-looking German Shepherds I had laid eyes on. About 30 inches at its back. We were fast friends and all seemed good. His name was Jaeger. I had been there a few nights when in the late morning someone drove up and knocked on the door. The dog Jaeger came with me, and as I opened the door there stood a native man. Jaeger stood between me and the man. I remember his name. I will show you, Reels, but we don't repeat it here. We will call him D. He introduced himself. Hello, my name is D. Out of nowhere he starts telling me about himself, and I'm thinking, who does this? Who knocks on doors and tells you their history? He says I'm half Ojibwe, and my older brother took me to our people's sacred ground, a place of testing. It's there. He points back over his shoulder where my people still have the rights to rice on Heart Lake. When he said that, I was dumbstruck. He went on, "Yeah, my brother took me there. He didn't say why. He brought me into the woods not far from the water and left me. It was getting dark. I was told to stay put, so I did. Something came. It tested me. I was young, very young. I will never be the same. It did something to me." How would this man know to come here and talk openly about what had happened to him if he didn't know that I had a similar experience? He said, "Hey, that dog, will he attack me?" Jaeger stood taller, looking the man in the eye, and I said, "He will." D stepped back, and I felt the return of evil. Jaeger gave a low warning growl. D turned and got back in his car and drove away. I was stunned. What the HE double hockey sticks was that? The worst part was that I knew he was coming back. For me. I knew, like I knew my name. While I was pondering this, it wasn't long before I heard Joe's truck coming up the drive. So I looked out, and sure enough, it was Joe. He came inside, and I told him what had transpired. In fact, telling him the whole story, all of it. He brushed it off. Then I said, "Look, this guy is coming back. I know it." Joe brushed off that bit of information faster than the last. I was thinking, why would someone think I was making this up? How do I get him to believe me? This guy is coming back. As I'm thinking on this, him standing there in his deputy's uniform and badge, I'm thinking that attitude doesn't make for a good cop. We can hear a car coming up the drive. I told you, Joe, he's back. I said I cannot remember exactly what Joe said, but it was something about how this couldn't be the D guy. The car stops, you hear footsteps come to the door. The dog growls quietly, and there's a knock. Joe opens the door, and there stands D, looking at Joe and saying, "I thought you would be meeting me at the door with a gun." The two of them stared at one another, Joe stunned as he realized I was right. Joe took him outside, talking to him. I couldn't hear it all, but D left, and Joe taught me how to use his friend's gun. Well, there you go, how it all begins. There's more. Let me know if you want the rest. It's gonna be a long one. Thanks again, Reels, and thanks for doing what you do. But most of all, doing it well. Raven. Hey there, Reels. To start off, I want you to know I'm not the kind of person who jumps to wild conclusions. My wife and I have lived in the same house outside Johnson City for going on 20 years now. We've seen everything from black bear to weird folks cutting through the woods at night, but nothing that ever made us scared to live here. Until last fall. The first thing happened on a Wednesday night right around 2 a.m. I woke up thinking someone was at the back door. It wasn't a loud pounding. It was this slow, spaced-out knocking. It was always in 3 solid taps every 15 or 20 seconds. We don't have any close neighbors, so I figured maybe one of the grandkids got in trouble or something. I got up, picked up a flashlight, and went to the back hallway. The knocking stopped the second I turned the corner. I turned on the porch light and looked outside, but the motion sensor didn't trigger. The yard was empty. The dogs in the living room were just staring toward the door. Their ears were straight up. They was making no sounds, no whining, growling, or barking. They were just oddly staring. That was weird enough to make my stomach feel weird. Nothing happens. I go back to bed. Carry on with life. The very next night, the same time, same pattern. 3 knocks. It was steady enough that I started counting seconds between each one. I even yelled out, "Who's there?" a couple times. And I swear each time I would yell, I could hear a low sound like someone exhaling through their nose, deep and heavy, right against the wood. When I opened the curtain, The only thing I caught was a smear of black hair or fur right below the window. It moved before I could focus the flashlight, like it ducked down out of sight. By the third night, I decided I'd be ready. I waited in the dark with my phone camera open and the back porch light off. Sure enough, at 1:58 a.m., the 3 knocks came, dead even. I hit the light switch. What I saw, only there for a split second. A very broad and tall figure pressed up against the door. Its hand, if you could call it that, was wide with long fingers that bent in wrong directions. Its nails were scraping into the frame like it was trying to break the door frame or test the grain. Its head was way up there. I could see part of its face in the glass, but only part of it. It was too tall. I could see half of a canine snout. I could see a yellow eye reflecting. It was about the size of a dime, if I had to guess. They were faced in the front like a predator, and they were spaced apart because this animal's head was huge. I didn't think. I fired one shot through the bottom of the door with my .38 and heard it crash into the steps outside. The dogs went berserk. When I opened the door, there was blood smeared all over the wood, but no body, no drag marks. There was nothing else. It never came back, no more knocking. But for weeks we would find weird prints. They were too big to be a dog, but they were definitely canine. We followed them, and most of the time they would circle the back of the house. The easiest time to find them would be after every rain. Whatever it was, it did not seem to care that it left prints behind. My wife still won't use that door if it's dark out. We replaced it with steel, but she says it doesn't matter if it wanted in. She told me it could get in, and I have to agree. I don't know what dogmen are. I don't even know for sure that that's what I saw, but what else could it have been? I've lived here my whole life. I know what black bear tracks look like. These weren't bear. They were human-shaped with claws that bit deep enough to chip the concrete steps. You tell me what kind of canine is so big and heavy with claws sharp enough to chip concrete steps. I'll wait. Rick and Paula H., Washington County, Tennessee. The subject line of this next email says, Reels, it tried to break down my door. And this one is from Kentucky. Hey man, I'm not sure how to start this. I'm not much of a writer. I just figured if anyone's going to want to hear this, or it could be spread around to help someone else, you would be the guy. Been listening for a while. Anyway, this happened in March of last year, just outside of London, Kentucky. I'm a single dad. I live in a double wide with my daughter, Emma. She's 13 now. Anyway, it was in the middle of the week, and it was one of those spring storms that just kind of sits over you for hours. It makes you wait for the catastrophe to hit. There was wind, thunder, the whole thing. Emma had gone to bed early because she had a test the next morning. I was sitting in the living room watching the Weather Channel when I heard something slam into the back porch. It sounded like a tree limb maybe fell, except it didn't sound like wood hitting wood. It sounded more like meat on metal. I got up thinking maybe part of the roof tin came loose. Before I even reached the kitchen, the motion light clicked on, and I saw this shadow move past the window. Not a small one either. It was definitely upright. It was definitely big. And this thing was fast as hell. The doorknob started rattling violently, not jiggling like a person trying to sneak in. I mean, twisting and yanking hard enough that the whole door was flexing. I heard Emma scream from down the hall, asking who is out there, what's going on, and I told her to stay put and lock the door. I grabbed a 20 gauge from the corner closet and yelled out that I was armed. The second I said that, something hit the door so hard the top hinge popped a screw. I fired through the screen, just a warning shot, really, and everything went dead quiet except for the rain. When I finally worked up the nerve to open the door, there were these huge gouges, 5 of them, running straight down the metal door like somebody had grabbed and pulled. They were deep enough to catch your fingernail in. That's pretty damn deep. I called the sheriff's office. A deputy came out, took one look, and asked if I had anyone mad at me or any enemies. When I told him what I saw, he just smirked and said it was probably just a bear then. I've seen bears. This thing's shoulder was above the window line. It wasn't a damn bear. This thing was probably 9 feet tall, if I had to guess. The next day in the daylight, I found a few weird-looking prints down the mud line behind the porch. They weren't boots. They weren't paws either. They were long, narrow, and you could see where something like claws had been pressed into the mud like nails digging in. I patched the door, replaced the hinge, and I haven't let my daughter sleep on that side of the trailer since. She still brings it up all the time when it storms especially. Says she hears heavy breathing at her window sometimes. Maybe you'll read this on your channel. I just needed somebody to believe me because around here, if you talk about stuff like that, you're either drunk, crazy, or you're told to shut up and don't talk about it. I appreciate you taking the time to read this. You're a great guy, and I truly respect you. Mark, Laurel County, Kentucky. This is a wild one. Well, they're all wild, but trust me, this one is, yeah. Hey, Reels. Now, I've gone back and forth with myself at least a dozen times about whether I wanted to do this. This has been sitting in my drafts folder for 2 weeks. My wife says I'm making too much of it, but she didn't see what I saw that night. We live outside of Marquette, Michigan, about 15 minutes from town, just off County Road 550. The house was built in the 60s. It's old block basement, oil furnace, low ceilings. We bought it because of the location. Quiet, cheap, kind of tucked back into the woods. It's too quiet sometimes, honestly. The first strange event took place in December 3 years ago. I kept hearing noises down in the basement after midnight. Not creaks or pipes, this was actual movement, like someone dragging their foot slowly across the floor. I'd go down there with a flashlight and a pistol, and I would find nothing or no one. Then I'd come back up and find the dog pacing at the top of the steps. My wife, of course, hinted at the place being haunted, but again, that stuff is nonsense in my opinion. I figured it was probably raccoons. That was what got my vote. We do get them a lot. But the smell changed one night. It wasn't that musky animal smell that you'd expect from a raccoon. It was like wet iron, maybe blood. It's hard to explain. The air just felt thicker. Everything felt heavy. You could feel a dark presence. If anyone knows, they'll understand. Anyway, fast forward to the week before Christmas. It was one of those long snowstorms that stacked up 2 feet overnight. I remember because the plow hadn't come through yet. Around 10 that night, I was sitting on the couch half asleep when the power started flickering. It flashed once, twice, and then completely cut off. Total blackout. The only light was from the wood stove through the hallway. I went down to the basement to flip the breaker, which I'd done before during storms. The flashlight caught the frost coming off my breath. It's always cold down there, but this time it felt like walking into a freezer. I turned the corner toward the breaker box, and something had torn the insulation out from behind the furnace. It looked like something had crawled in from the outside vent. There was snow blown halfway across the floor and these wet prints. Just long impressions like fingers dragging. When I crouched down, that smell hit me again. Metallic. My flashlight started dimming right then. I don't know if it was the batteries or what, but the light faded until I could barely see. That's when I heard it breathing behind the furnace. These deep, slow breaths with a whistle at the end of each inhale like a lung full of fluid. I whispered my wife's name, praying, even though I knew, but she didn't answer. I backed up, hit my shoulder on the wall, and dropped the flashlight. It spun around on the floor, and in a split second it flicked on, before it went out completely. I saw the side of something's face peeking from behind that furnace. It was gray. It looked wet, and it had coarse hair running up its jawline. The eyes caught what little light was left and reflected a yellow amberish color. I ran up the stairs so fast I hit my shin on the top step. I slammed the door and locked it. I dragged the kitchen table over it without even thinking. My wife came out, panicking, saying, "What are you doing?" But I couldn't even talk for a minute. I was out of my mind. We called the cops the next morning. He came out, went down there, and said he didn't see anything. He pointed out that the vent was loose and probably a raccoon had got in and spooked me. I asked him if he'd ever seen a raccoon pull a steel vent cover off the outside wall. He just looked at me and didn't answer. Yeah, I didn't think so. We moved out of there 3 months later. The realtor told us the new buyers wanted to refinish the basement. I didn't say a word about any of it. I still have a photo somewhere on my old phone of those long marks in the snow just outside the vent. I never showed it to anyone. It's one of those pictures you don't even want to look at twice, really. I'll try to dig it up. If I do find it and have time, I will send it so you can add it to this encounter. I don't care what anyone calls it. Dogman, werewolf, wolfman, whatever you feel fits it best. But something came up through that vent that night. I could smell it, I could hear it, and I swear it was thinking about coming farther in before I interrupted. We live in a small rental now in town. No basement, no woods around us. My wife calls it our safe house. But sometimes when the heat kicks on, I still catch that same smell in the air. Cold metal and something sour underneath it. It's probably all in my head, especially after going through something like that. I can't help but wonder if that thing is still out there around that house, crawling through someone else's vent now. I truly hope not. Jason M., Marquette, Michigan. Brother Reels. I'm writing this while I'm sitting on my porch. I'm half hoping I don't hear what I think I hear every night. It's been almost a year since everything started, and it's still not completely gone. I live just outside Harrison, Arkansas, on a small piece of family land that backs up to timber company property. My granddad left me the place when he passed. It's a double wide with a tin roof and a couple of old outbuildings that I keep my tools and lawnmowers in. It's mostly quiet out here except for coyotes and the occasional logging truck late at night. I keep a few chickens and a garden. Last spring, something started messing with the coop around 2 or 3 in the morning. At first, the suspect in mind was a fox or a neighbor's dog. I'd find the latch bent, wire pushed in like something was trying to get in from the outside. I put a padlock on it and figured that would be the end of it. I barricaded it a little bit, enough to keep a small rodent from getting in. That's what I thought I was dealing with. A week later, I woke up to the most awful screaming I've ever heard in my life. It wasn't the chickens. It was coming from the tree line behind the coop. Long and high, but with a growl in it that you felt in your chest. I grabbed my 30-30 and stepped out with a spotlight. Rain had just started spitting, and the light hit mist, so it could only see 20 feet or so. Something was standing behind that coop. I saw shoulders and a head shaped like a dog's, but higher than any dog or anything else should have ever been. It moved when the light hit it, almost like it burned its skin. It didn't move backwards, it moved sideways like it was trying to circle around me. I fired immediately once and heard it crash through the woods. I didn't see any blood, but the smell was there. I could smell something rotten and smelled like a wet dog. The next morning I went out and found no prints in the mud. Found nothing, actually. And I'm sure there's a lot of people, if you use this, will be saying, well, I would have done this. Why didn't you do that? You should have called this person. You should have called the cops. Yeah, I hear all that. And hindsight's 20/20, remember that. I honest to God didn't know what the hell to do. So, I just carried on with my day and tried to be cautious and keep an eye out because I didn't know what this was or if it was going to come back. And sure enough, that night, it did. It didn't make a sound until after midnight. Then the side of the trailer shook like someone hit it with a sledgehammer. The window by my bed rattled so hard the curtain hooks fell off. I sat there with the gun in my hands, listening to it breathe outside the wall for maybe 5 minutes, which felt like an eternity. You can tell yourself you won't be scared when something like that happens. You'll be a hero. You'll be the first one to ever take one of these things down. But I could barely move. For a few weeks it was a pattern, always between 1 and 3 in the morning, sometimes scratching on the walls, sometimes just pacing. I set trail cameras around the coop in the backyard. All I got were blurry frames where the lens was fogged on the camera and it was tilted. One photo had a shape in it that looked like a hand with something on it, but it was half cut off by the edge of the frame, and no one is going to look at that and know what they're seeing. About a month in, I shot at it again. I heard a hit. I heard it thump. That sound you hear when a bullet goes into something solid but soft. I heard a snarl that sounded like a person screaming through a blender, and it took off into the trees. I thought that was going to be it, but after that it started finding small things to do. I found things moved around the yard each morning. Tools, feed buckets. Even the wheelbarrow once was flipped over and thrown across the yard about 50 feet. Or moved, I don't know if it threw it or what. It's like it was trying to let me know that it was still there and now it was angry. The worst night was in June. It was hot, and still there was no wind. I was on the couch when I heard knuckles drag down the siding, long and slow like it was tracing the length of the house. Then it stopped right by the kitchen window. I didn't look out this time. I didn't even move. I just sat there and listened to it breathe through the screen, praying that it would just leave. I'd already shot this thing with a 30-30 once, and I know I hit it. It seems to not have affected it at all. I don't know if it ever left for good. By August, everything got quiet again. There was no more smells, no more activity at all. There has been a couple nights that the dogs will start whining and staring at the back door. I'll go out and check, and I'll find nothing. Just the edge of the woods and a little bit of fog every now and then moving in the trees. Any type of movement now completely freaks me out, and I go into defense mode. These things will take a mental toll on you, like you can't believe. People around here still say it was a bear, or maybe someone out there messing with me. Yeah, sure. Someone that took a round from a 30-30 and just kept coming back for more. Fine, let them think that, I guess. I know what was out there, I know what I saw, and I know what I heard. Whatever it was, it learned that I could shoot at it. It learned that I could hurt it. But it also learned that I live alone. I keep 2 guns loaded now, and a floodlight on the coop. I haven't had fresh eggs in months because I can't bring myself to restock the chickens. Every time I hear something move outside, I half expect to see that thing out there. I don't really know if it's coming back, and if it does, I have no idea what I'm going to do. I guess I'm just going to unload on this thing and pray that I win the fight. Anyway, that's my story. Do what you want with it. Just don't use my last name. D. in Boone County, Arkansas. Hello, Reels. I'm not even sure what I'd call what happened to me. Maybe incident is the right word. I still drive that same road every day for work, but only during daylight now. I'll give you the rundown as best I can remember it. This was just over 2 years ago, in October, outside of Kittening, Pennsylvania. I worked maintenance for a school district. That week we were doing a roof job at one of the smaller elementary schools, and I'd been staying late locking up equipment. The night this happened, it was a little after 9:30 when I finally headed home. The route I take cuts through a stretch of back road called Beach Hollow. There's nothing out there, just trees crowding both sides of the road. It's only about 7 miles long, but at night it feels endless. It was cold that evening. It was cold enough that the air would burn your nose. I had the heater running full blast and the radio on. About a mile in, I saw something up ahead near the ditch. I thought for sure it was a deer, so I slowed down, not wanting to smash it. I turned the high beams on, and that's when this thing straightened up. Just stood there, on 2 legs right by the guardrail. I hit the brakes so hard the seatbelt caught me in my chest and left a bruise. Whatever it was, it turned its head toward the car, and the light hit its face. Orange reflection, not red like an animal's. It had dark fur, patchy in spots. Its arms hung low like it wasn't sure what to do with them. It was the craziest damn thing I've ever seen in my life. I sat there maybe 5 seconds before it moved. It dropped down on all 4s slowly and ran across the road in front of me so fast it looked like a blur. I could see its back flex, the shoulder blades moving like a dog running. But this thing was too big, it was too damn long. I remember the sound of its nails hitting the road in sharp clicks, 4 or 5 of them before it was just gone into the trees on the other side. I waited a minute, then started rolling again, just crawling along. About half a mile later, I heard something behind me. I glanced in the mirror, and I swore I saw the shape in the red glow of my taillights running on the shoulder. I tried to convince myself at the time it was just my imagination, but my gut was already tying itself in knots. It's funny what your brain will do in moments like this. You try to convince yourself that what you're seeing with your own eyes isn't really there. By the time I hit the next turn, I couldn't see anything. I sped up, just wanting to reach the main road. Then there was a thump from the back end of the car, like someone had dropped a sandbag onto the trunk. I looked in the mirror again, and there was nothing there. The second I eased off the gas, another thump, this time a lot heavier and closer to the rear window. That's when I floored it. I was through with this situation. I didn't care what it was. I knew it was big, and it was scary, and it was after me. That's all I needed to know. The car started fishtailing on the wet pavement, and something slammed into the rear quarter panel. I could hear something that sounded like a knife on metal. I remember screaming out loud, just yelling nonsense. When I hit 60, it finally slid off the car. I made it home maybe 10 minutes later and sat in the driveway with the lights still on. I couldn't even move. I finally forced myself out to look. There were these huge gashes in the trunk lid. 5 parallel lines cut deep into the paint. They were almost deep enough to hit metal. The back window was smeared with mud or grease like a handprint, but too wide to be human or animal. I didn't sleep at all that night. Every time a car would pass by, the light would hit my curtains and I'd think it was back. The next morning I went to work like nothing happened, but I took a detour around Beach Hollow. 2 days later, my buddy from the shop said, "What the hell happened to your car?" I just told him I backed into something. I didn't want to explain it. A few weeks later, I got curious and went back through there in the daytime. I stopped where it crossed the road. I didn't see anything suspicious or anything that I could use as, yeah, this thing was really here. I guess I was trying to prove to myself it wasn't real, even after seeing the damage to my car. I still drive the same car, but the damages, of course, have been repaired. It just felt like proof of something no one would believe anyway. What good does it do you to have any kind of proof it's all fake and a hoax, right? Yeah, I'm gonna destroy the trunk of my car just to trick someone into believing my story. That doesn't even make sense. I'm not quite that pathetic and lonely. I've never really discussed it fully with my wife. She just knows I won't drive that road anymore, especially after dark. I'll take the long way around every time. 20 extra minutes. It's cheaper than the kind of nightmare that road gave me that night. I hope one day we figure out what these things are, or what their purpose is. I personally think there's some sort of supernatural biblical explanation, but that's a different email. Rob, Armstrong County, Pennsylvania. Hey, Reels. I know you've heard a lot about Bray Road and the stories out there before, but I doubt many people actually realize there's more to that area than the road itself. I live a few miles outside Jefferson, Wisconsin, not far from the St. Coletta grounds. I've worked maintenance there for 6 years, and until this happened, I would have laughed at anything with the word Dogman in it. The property sits on land that used to be part of an older mission school. There are burial mounds along the back edge of the campus, old, grassy humps that predate any of the buildings. We're told not to mow too close because they're protected historical sites. I'd seen raccoons, foxes, and every stray coyote nosing around those mounds after dark. But what I saw last summer damn sure was not any of those. It was mid-July. Hot, humid, even after midnight. I was finishing my last patrol before locking the tool sheds. I had a big mag light and my little electric cart parked on the sidewalk. The campus was dead quiet, except for frogs in the pond. As I came up the service road that runs behind the chapel, I saw movement near the fence line by the mounds. Now this may sound weird to some, but Others will understand because this actually happens. I thought it was a deer standing on its hind legs trying to reach leaves. The shape was tall, skinny, and almost silver gray under the parking lot lights. Then it lowered itself, slowly, until it was hunched over something on the ground. I could hear a faint scraping sound. It was very rhythmic, like claws through dry dirt. That's when it hit me. It was digging. I screamed out, "Hey," really loud. I said, "You're on private property," thinking maybe it was a trespasser or someone drunk from the tavern up the road. This thing froze, then turned its head toward me without moving the rest of its body. The eyes caught my flashlight beam and glowed orange, almost a gold color. Same as a dog's eye shine, but the head, it was not that of a dog. It was too large. It was too broad across the crown. The ears tall and pointed. The muzzle was short, but it was thick. I backed up and keyed my radio, but the only sound I got was static. When I looked again, it was standing upright. The mound behind it looked half collapsed, fresh soil coming down the slope. It sniffed the air a few times, then took 2 steps forward, silent steps. But the posture was all weird. The shoulders were moving like something that was used to being all fours, but could easily try to balance upright as well. I won't sit here and lie about it. I ran. I jumped in the cart and took off. The headlights were bouncing all over the place. I didn't stop until I reached the main gate. It all feels like a blur, like a split second. When I looked back, the light was on the shape and it was crossing the road behind me. This thing was extremely fast and it was hunched weird forward. Its arms were long enough that the hands brushed the ground as it moved. The next morning, the security cameras showed nothing useful, just some motion alerts and static bursts around 12:40 a.m. But maintenance found one of the wooden marker posts at the mound split down the middle, like something had crushed it. We logged it as storm damage and forgot about it. About a week later, Father, redacted, asked me if I'd been near the mounds that night. I told him I had. He lowered his voice and he said we've had someone seeing that thing before, decades ago. Then he kind of veered away from the conversation. I haven't done any night patrols since then, but they switched my shift to mornings. I did not complain at all. I was pretty happy about it, to be honest. Every now and then, when I'm unlocking the chapel doors, I can still look out there and get a chill up my spine. This thing was just unreal. It can't be explained through an email. I know people think they know just from listening, but trust me, you don't. I couldn't tell you what this thing wants from those mounds, but I swear whatever's buried there, it keeps drawing that thing back for some odd reason. If anyone has any clues or have heard something about this before, I'd love to know. Jefferson County, Wisconsin. Thanks, Reels. C. Hey, Reels. I'm not sure why I waited so long to send this. Maybe because I live not far from Land Between the Lakes, and around here, you learn real quick what happens when you talk about the beast. People either laugh or they go quiet like you just said a cursed word, which, in a way, I suppose it is. It was May of 2018, near one of those small cemeteries off the Trace Road. Locals call it the one with the rock, because there's this big flat boulder that sits right in the middle of the clearing. It's got cracks running through like it's been struck by lightning a few times. I used to walk there on evenings after work just to clear my head. It's peaceful out there in the daytime. That night I went later than usual, closer to the edge of dark. The air was thick and heavy. It felt like rain was on the way, but the sky was still clear. I parked at the little pull-off and walked the path in. You can see the headstones from the road if you know where to look. Most are sunken, just stones with no names left. My granddad used to say some of those graves went back before the Civil War. Anyways, I was halfway through placing flowers on a grave when I noticed everything had gone quiet. The tree frogs, the cicadas, even the wind, it all stopped. Then I started smelling this smell. It reminded me of wet fur and something like copper, metallic but sour as well. I thought maybe an animal, a deer possibly, had died nearby, and that was the smell source. The first thing I saw was the edge of that boulder. It looked like someone sitting against it. A very long shape, maybe wearing a dark jacket, but it moved. The whole jacket. Part rippled like muscle under skin. And I saw two pointed shapes and they rose up. Definitely ears. It wasn't sitting, it was crouched. It must have known I was there because it turned its head very slowly, and I could see the profile against the light. It had a snout, eye shine, long arms. It was huge even when it was hunched down. I would say 7 feet if it stood up straight. It stared for maybe 2 to 3 seconds tops, then made this sound that I still hear when I dream. It was low and deep, but wet. Sounded like air being forced through a hollow pipe. That's the best I can describe it here. I dropped the flowers and ran. I didn't even think about the car keys till I hit the gravel lot. When I looked back, it was standing by that rock, full height now, towering over the stones. I could see its fur blowing in the wind that wasn't even there. I got in my car, locked the doors, and took off. It didn't chase me. It didn't have to. Before I left, I looked one more time and saw it walk around the boulder and disappear into the trees behind the graves. It was moving slow, like it wasn't afraid of me or anything else in the world. A week later, I went back with my brother during the day. The rock had some weird scratches on it, deep vertical, straight through the rock like claws had raked it clean. Now, I can't say for sure this was from that creature. A lot of people go out there. It could have been anything. He said it was probably kids with pocket knives. I agreed. The very next month, the county trimmed the trees around the lot and put a small fence across the path, supposedly to keep vehicles out. The sign says restoration area, no entry. I haven't been back since. But if you ever drive through LBL around dusk and see a pull-off with a little white cross and an overgrown path, you might be looking right at it. The one with the rock. I'd just keep on driving if I were you. Callaway County, Kentucky. Anonymous. I would have never done this, but I've listened and I've heard you mention Ohio so many times already in your uploads. So I figured why not stack my story into the mix. I used to work for a small landscaping company that did contract maintenance for Greenlawn Cemetery in Akron. It's a huge place. Real pretty during the day. Rolling hills, old oak trees, all that. But it's different after it gets dark. Everything out there feels like it's watching you. In 2015, we had a job putting in new irrigation lines along the lower road that runs past the old family plots. It was early September, hot during the day, but the ground stayed cool and damp in the shade. We'd been falling behind schedule, so my boss asked me and another guy to stay late and finish a trench run. He brought a portable floodlight and one of those gas-powered trenchers. By the time we got started, the sun was gone. The light was completely behind the hills. The shadows were going across the headstones, making them look like people standing there. I hated it. The machine drowned out everything, so you couldn't hear anything, even though you were trying to talk. I remember thinking how strange that silence felt when the other guy cut the engine. It was like the whole world just shut off. We'd only been working an hour when we smelled it. It smelled like something dead, and I mean something rank. It smelled like old meat left in the sun for a couple of days. This was not your normal rot decay. I did not know what could have been putting off a stink like that. Occasionally there would be groundhogs or raccoons that would die nearby. The smell was nowhere near what I was smelling. The other dude grabbed a flashlight and walked a few yards toward the trees. He stopped and turned around and said there's something in the dirt up there. I followed his flashlight beam about 20 feet away on a small hill where a row of graves sits under a big maple tree. Something was low to the ground. At first, it looked like a huge dog digging, but it wasn't digging, it was pulling. You could see the dirt shifting as it dragged its hands through it. Yes, I said hands. The light hit it full on, and I still can't explain what I saw. This thing's shoulders were massive, the head shaped like a German shepherd's, but very wide. Its eyes were glowing an orange color. I've never seen anything quite like it. Its arms were long and skinny, and it didn't have too much room to reach down before touching the ground. The muscles under the fur flexed like it was built for power, not speed. I can't even describe how big this thing was. The other guy screamed, and that's when it looked at us. It turned its whole upper body instead of just its head. There was something in its mouth. I swear it looked like a piece of cloth or maybe leather. It dropped whatever it was, rose to its full height, and I realized it was standing in front of one of the newer graves we'd filled in just last month. I'm not even going to pretend that I can tell you exactly how tall it was, but the floodlight was 10 feet off the ground and its head came damn close to that beam. It made a noise that hit both of us square in the chest. It was a part hiss, part growl, maybe even a word buried in there somewhere. I'll never forget the vibration of it. We both took off. The floodlight tipped over when the other guy tripped the cord. Everything went black. That didn't stop us. We kept going until we were back in the truck on the main road. He wanted to go back for the equipment, but I said we'd come in daylight. There's no way I was doing that. This guy was insane. The next morning, all the trenching gear was there, untouched. But up on the hill, the dirt around the same grave was torn up again, like someone, or something, had clawed through the top few inches. The caretakers thought it was vandalism. They filed a report, locked the gates after dark for a few weeks, and that was that. I myself quit 2 months later. I still do landscaping, that's my livelihood, but I won't work cemeteries anymore day or night. The worst part is I still drive by Green Lawn a lot. Every time I pass that back road, I look up that hill without meaning to. It's a reaction, an involuntary one. It's the same spot where the big maple is, near Section 23. If anyone reading this decides to check it out, just remember, we weren't the first ones to see it. And I doubt we were the last. Keep that in mind. Ben R., Summit County, Ohio. My name's Ray, and I used to work for the city of Muskogee, Oklahoma. I was the guy who mowed, trimmed, and did general upkeep around the cemeteries. There are a few small ones on the edges of town, but the main one, Memorial Park, is where this happened. It's not an old cemetery at all, not like the ones with leaning stones and moss everywhere. This is clean, well kept, mostly flat with newer headstones and a few big trees along the fence. There's one area I always like the best, the veterans section. The city keeps a flagpole there with a concrete base and a short path lined with plaques. It's quiet, respectful, peaceful. This was the spring of 2019. I was finishing mowing along the north end late in the afternoon. The sun was down low. giving everything that beautiful golden glow. Even the cemetery was beautiful in that light. You could see the pollen floating through the air like dust. I remember thinking how still everything felt, even though there was a breeze earlier that day. The flag rope was swinging. I remember seeing it. It was just brushing against the pole every few seconds. You hear that clink. I thought nothing of it. Who would? Then out of the corner of my eye, I noticed it wasn't swinging randomly. It was moving like someone was pulling it down and letting it snap back up. I thought for sure a kid or maybe one of the visitors was messing around. I killed the mower, took my earbuds out, and called out, "Hey, you're not supposed to touch that." I was met with silence. I was met with not a sight of anyone or anything, just the path leading toward the oak trees. The rope kept moving. I walked over, a little spooked, but figuring that maybe the wind had wrapped it up. But when I reached the pole, the rope was taut. It was held from the bottom. I leaned down to grab it, and that's when I saw the hand. Not a human hand. The skin was blackish, gray, leathery, and the fingers were very long, too long. It had nails. They weren't fingernails, they were claws. It was gripping the base of the pole right under the lip where the concrete meets dirt. I jumped back, and the hand vanished so fast it was like it melted into the ground. I heard this low, scratching sound from behind the hedge line, just on the other side of the path. I was slowly backing up, trying to get a look, but whatever it was had already moved. The rope started swinging again, slower this time, like whoever or whatever had let go and was still standing nearby watching. I could feel the eyes on me, physically. I turned and started walking toward my truck. I didn't run, but my legs felt like they wanted to. I had to fight myself to not take off. When I got to the gate, I looked back, and the flagpole was still there. The sunlight was hitting the brass plaque at the base. I could see something dark crouched behind the oak tree, half in shadow and half in light. This thing was tall, broad-shouldered, pointed ears that was catching the last bit of the sun before it dropped behind the trees. It's the only way I could see anything. If it would have been completely dark, I would have never seen this thing at all. I got in the truck and left like a normal, smart person. I didn't even shut the tailgate. The mower was still idling in the field when another guy came in to finish the shift. He said when he got there, the rope was wrapped around 3 times around the pole, very tight, like somebody had tied it off deliberately. I told my boss I thought vandals were sneaking in, but inside I knew it was something else. I just didn't know how to bring it up or explain it to someone else. Now whenever I visit the section for Memorial Day, I never go near that pole. There's just a weird vibe about that area now. I stay on the paved path, drop the flowers, and leave. You can call it whatever you want, but something about that place changed after that day. The air there feels extremely heavy now, oppressive, like someone's always standing right behind you, waiting for you to notice the presence. I don't know what happened that day. I can't explain it. Ray, Muskogee County, Oklahoma. Hello, brother. I drive for a funeral home down here in, oh boy. This is a point I wish I was AI so I didn't make mistakes. Natchitoches Parish, Louisiana. My job's simple enough. Pick up the deceased from hospitals, nursing homes, and sometimes their homes. Then transport them to the funeral home or cemetery depending on the service. Most nights, it's decent, quiet work. You learn to appreciate the stillness after a while. This happened 2 summers ago in late July. We had a service that ran long because of a storm delay. By the time we wrapped up, it was pushing 9:45 p.m. St. Mary's Cemetery sits behind the old church off Highway 6. Blacktop road, big iron gate, lots of trees. I'd parked the hearse behind the maintenance shed because the driveway was flooded in spots. Everyone else had already gone home. The director, the family, even the groundskeeper. I was the last one out there, loading up the flowers and folding chairs into the back of the van we used for supplies. The frogs were so loud you could barely even think. I remember wiping sweat off my neck and looking toward the headstones, just making sure we hadn't left anything behind. And that's when I saw movement near the magnolia trees. I thought for sure it was one of those stray dogs that usually hang around after funerals. I'm sure everyone listening has probably seen this before. But this thing wasn't moving like a dog. This thing was moving very low to the ground. And then out of nowhere it just shot straight up like a bullet. I couldn't move. I was holding a folding chair halfway into the van. The floodlights by the church flickered twice from the storm, and in that second of darkness, I could swear I saw a shape taller than the fence post. Very wide at the chest. Very long front appendages, which I would call arms. Its head was tilted slightly to one side like it was listening intently. I turned on the van's headlights. The beam hit a row of markers, and behind them, eyes. Not red, not yellow, but a dull, golden glow. It was like light shining through a bottle of beer. They blinked once, then disappeared. I jumped in the van, started it, and tried to just shake it off. I pulled around to the front drive where the hearse was parked, maybe 30-40 yards. That's when I saw it again standing behind the hearse, one hand resting on the rear door like it was inspecting it. Now, I'll stop here and say most people probably think I'm crazy for not panicking just yet. But in my line of work, I believe in paranormal. I have seen a lot of weird things. Now, the headlights caught the side of its face. It had a very short snout. It had dark fur that looked matted from the humidity, and I could see teeth. It wasn't growling, but the lips were pulled back just enough to show the teeth. This thing was the biggest creature I've ever laid eyes on. It had to be 8 feet easily. I hit the horn without even thinking. The sound was loud and echoed through the cemetery. That thing jerked its head toward me and started moving immediately, very fast. It wasn't running, but it was moving pretty good. It was just these long strides across the pavement. That's when I started getting nervous. I threw the van into reverse and floored it. It crossed that whole open stretch in seconds. When I slammed into drive and spun the wheel toward the gate, I saw it in the mirror. It had dropped to all fours and was running alongside of the van. Its reflection flickered in the glass every few feet. Eyes, claws, fur flashing under the passing light. I made it through the gate and onto the highway. The rearview mirror showed nothing but black. But just before I reached the turn, toward town, I caught something standing in the ditch under the streetlight. It was watching, very still, unmoving. I kept going, didn't even blink until I hit the next intersection. The next morning, I came back for the hearse with my boss. The back door handle was completely bent, like someone had tried to pry it open. He thought it was vandalism, someone tried to break in. I didn't say a word. That week the groundskeeper told me he'd been hearing dogs out by the maintenance shed every couple nights. Except these weren't barking. He explained it as a very deep growling, and they were pacing and circling. Nowadays, it's changed me in ways I can't describe. I try my best to not even do anything, any type of moving at nighttime. People ask why. and I just say I prefer the sun. The truth is, I've seen the kind of thing that moves when the lights go out around that cemetery. And whatever Dogman is, it's not resting in peace. I've seen apparitions many times. I've seen what you or most people would probably call demonic entities. I've saw a lot of weird things in my line of work. Had a lot of strange, unexplainable experiences. But these things are something different. I don't think they are paranormal or supernatural at all. I think these things are flesh and blood. I think they're too smart, too intelligent, and we haven't discovered them yet. Hopefully, someday there will be an answer to all these questions. Thank you, Reels, for taking the time to read this. I hope you decide to share it. D.H. Hello, Real Adventures. I'll start by saying I've spent more nights camping than I can count, mostly in the Smokies. I grew up in Sevier County, Tennessee, right outside the park, and the woods have always felt more like a home to me. I know the trails, the animals, and the way the forest sounds when it's just alive and breathing. That's why what happened last May still doesn't make sense. It was spring, and the fog was hugging the valleys until around noon. I'd taken a 3-day solo hike up towards Alum Cave Bluff. I do it every year. Nothing crazy, just a pack and small tent, and the peace that comes from being away from everyone else. The first 2 days were absolutely perfect. No rain, not too many people on the trails, and I even had a bear wander near my campsite the second night. That kind of stuff doesn't bother me. You make some noise and it moves along. The third morning, I started heading back down. I left before sunrise, hoping to beat the incoming rain. That's when I noticed something was a bit off. You know how forest sounds can travel? Birds, bugs, even the echo of your own footsteps. It's almost rhythmic. But that morning, everything around me felt late somehow, delayed. Every sound was delayed about a half a second. I'd step on a stick and then hear another crack just behind it. The same sound, but slightly off beat. I stopped twice, thinking maybe it was an echo bouncing off the bluff wall, but the timing just didn't fit. I'd walk 10 steps, hear 10 faint steps after. I've hiked long enough to know when an animal's pacing me. This wasn't that. It was matching my gait perfectly. I did the same thing anyone else would do in this situation to deal with my uneasy feelings. I tried to tell myself it was nothing. I turned my phone camera backward for a second, recording behind me just to prove I was overreacting. When I checked it later, all it picked up was trees. I saw no movement. There was nothing there. By the time I reached the turnoff for Arch Rock, the sky was starting to dim again from the rain rolling in. I was maybe a mile from my car when the woods went completely dead. There was no wind. I stopped, thinking I'd imagined it. That's when I heard something breathing. It wasn't close when I first heard it, but it was deep, and it was heavy, and it was coming from higher up the slope. I remember holding my breath, waiting, trying to convince myself it was a bear. But bears don't sound like that. They don't sound like they're trying not to be heard. Then I caught something moving up ahead, something really big, and it looked to be walking upright. It was gliding between the trees. I only saw it in quick flashes. The height of this creature was the first thing to stand out to me. This thing it had to be every bit of 7 feet. shoulders like a linebacker. It was moving in that smooth, controlled way a person does when they're focused on staying quiet. Everything inside me, my very soul, screamed, "You better not run." So I didn't. I just kept walking at a steady, leisurely pace, pretending I hadn't even seen anything. My heart was hammering so bad that it actually hurt my chest. I could feel that thing pacing me, watching me. It was maybe 30 or 40 yards back now, just far enough that I couldn't see it, but could feel it. The next sound is what broke my brain. There were two rocks being smacked together, once, then again, then it would pause. I've heard that sound before. Hikers use it to signal, but this was intentional, patterned, almost curious. I sped up. The sound stopped. A minute later it started again, a lot closer to me this time. By the time I hit the last turn toward the parking area, I was practically speed walking. I could see my truck through the trees, and for the first time all day the forest sounded normal again. Birds, rain, wind, whatever was there had stopped following me. I did make it to my truck, and it was now pouring rain. And no, this wasn't a Bigfoot for anyone listening. I forgot in my state of mind while typing this to mention that when it was going through the trees, I did see a very long snout, and I could clearly see two pointed ears on top of the head. This was definitely not a Sasquatch. That night, I played back the video I'd taken earlier, the one that was behind me. I was just hoping for anything, now that I could go over it a lot closer. I was hoping to see a shadow, a sound, something, anything. Nothing. But here's the weird part. The timestamp on the clip was 3 minutes later than when I'd started recording. I didn't notice it until the next day. My phone clock was normal, but the file says I recorded it later, like something froze it up. Could be a glitch, I suppose. Could be my imagination. But I will tell you, I've hiked those trails for 30 years, and I've never once felt like the woods were aware of me being there. That morning they were. I haven't been back out there. Don't really have the want to. I still drive by the park entrance sometimes, just to look. Curiosity drives me, but I can't make myself stop and go in. I don't know what that thing was, and I don't think it wanted me to. And it definitely didn't want me there because I feel like it was escorting me out of the area. Thank you, Reels. I appreciate your time. JT. Hey there. I've worked seasonally in Glacier National Park on and off since 2016. Maintenance and campground duties mostly. I've seen plenty of wildlife, up close and personal. Bears, wolves, moose, even a mountain lion once near the loop. But something I saw in September of 2020, well, let me tell you about it. We were closing up some of the sites near Lake McDonald before the weather turned. It was just me and one other guy, and we'll call him Randy, splitting duties between fire rings and trash pickup. Most of the tourists were already gone, so we had maybe 10 miles of quiet road and half-empty campgrounds to ourselves. I stayed in one of the small park cabins near the lake. It's a peaceful spot at dusk. Water so still that it mirrors the trees. You can hear everything. Owls, loons. That's why I heard it before I saw it. It was around 10 p.m. and I had a small campfire burning out front. I was cooking a bit of leftover chili. I remember thinking the night was too quiet, like the lake had just sucked up all the sound. Then faintly at first I heard what I thought was someone walking up from the trees. It was heavy steps, with strange spacing. Someone walking very slowly. It unnerved me immediately. I was hoping it was maybe a late hiker that had got turned around, so I did call out, "Are you all right out there?" I got no answer. I kept poking at the fire, waiting for whoever it was to step out. The footsteps stopped, but the feeling didn't. You know that old trick where your body knows it's being watched before your brain even registers it? That's exactly how I felt. I looked towards the tree line and saw two orange-yellow reflections maybe 8 feet off the ground. I didn't know exactly what to think. It's definitely no bear. The spacing was wrong. The eyes were too far apart. Then the light from the fire built up a bit and caught more of it. I saw the outline of something tall, and it seemed to be either deformed in some kind of hunchback, or it was just deliberately slouched forward. It had fur that looked almost gray in the glow, but it was dark, so I can't be sure. It was completely still. I realized it wasn't watching me so much as it was watching the fire. Its head would tilt a little side to side like it was trying to understand it. For a while, I didn't move either. It didn't make a sound aggressive like a growl or anything like that. It did make this slow, steady breathing noise that you only notice when you're close to something that is alive. I thought about reaching for my flashlight, but I ultimately chose not to do that. Not because I was afraid to see it better, it was because I felt like the light would change the situation. Like if I shined the light, whatever was standing there might change its mind about staying put. It stayed like that for maybe a full minute, long enough that my fire started to die down a bit. When the flames dipped, it took a step backward. I didn't hear the twigs or brush break like you would expect from something that big. It was very careful in its steps. Then it just turned and walked off into the dark. When Randy came by in the morning, I told him what I'd seen. He just laughed and said, "You saw a shadow from your own fire." But shadows don't have glowing eyes. Later that day, when we went to dump the ashes from another pit about 50 yards down, there were strange prints near the shore. They weren't full tracks, just indentations in the damp ground. And they were big, spread like a man's steps, not an animal, on 4 legs. I didn't say anything after that. The weird part came a few nights later. Well, the weirder part, as if this isn't weird already. We'd closed up everything. I was packing up my truck and noticed a smell. It smelled like copper or blood. It hit in waves. That winter, I worked a short contract in Arizona. But I always think about that Dogman, creature, thing, whatever. How it just stood there, watching the fire like it was seeing something new, like it was mesmerized. Sometimes I wonder if it even knew I was there at all. I've worked around animals long enough to tell when something is hunting and when it's curious. It wasn't looking for food, at least in my opinion. This looked more like intelligent thought, like it was thinking. I don't know. I know how foolish this sounds, but that's what happened. Thanks. Anonymous. Hey, man. First off, I don't know if I even believe half the stories I've heard on your channel, and it's nothing personal. I don't believe other channels that much either. Now, some people, I hear their emails read, and they do sound legit. But I can tell you this much. I believe what happened to me. I'm not a hiker, not a woods guy. I'm from Staunton, Virginia, and my friends talked me into a weekend trip down to Shenandoah a couple summers back. They said it'd be good to get off the grid. I didn't realize that meant sleeping in a tent on the side of a mountain with every bug in the state. It did start out fun, though. There were 4 of us, me, my cousin Brian, and our 2 buddies, Rob and Dallas. We had 2 tents, a cooler full of beer, of course, and just enough food to pretend we were surviving. First night was loud, full of laughter and bad jokes. You could have heard us a half-mile away. Maybe that was our mistake. The second night, everything turned in a different way. It had rained that afternoon. It was a steady drizzle that never fully lets up. We had a fire going, but it smoked more than it burned. Brian had gone down the trail to use the bathroom. He came back looking very disheveled and disturbed. I laughed and said, "What happened? Did a creeper animal stare at you while you were using the restroom?" He said, "No. Someone is out there." Now, there weren't supposed to be any other campers within a few miles. The ranger told us we'd have privacy since we were up by Loft Mountain. I figured he was joking, so I went down there myself with a flashlight. I didn't see anyone, but I did hear something. It was this low chuckle, not like a laugh you'd hear from your buddies. This was low, throaty, like someone trying to stay quiet, just quiet enough where you could barely make out any sounds at all. Like it was intentionally meant to freak you out. And freak me out it did. But I still thought maybe one of the guys was messing with me. I went back to camp and told Brian I didn't see anything, just heard the world's creepiest giggle. We joked about it for a minute, but no one really laughed. Around midnight, I woke up because something brushed the outside of my tent. I thought it was the wind until I heard that sound of wet leaves moving and crunching. It was careful steps circling the site. Then, to my horror, that same laugh rang out again. I couldn't move. It came from behind my tent this time, just a quick burst. It was very close, like someone trying to hold it in, but failed. I yelled for Rob and Dallas, but no one answered. I unzipped my tent just enough to see out. The fire was almost completely died out, just burning coals at that point. The rain had stopped, but everything still was dripping wet. Now here's where I saw the movement. It was in the trees, so it was hard to see. It was definitely not a person. It was way too tall. My eyes just felt like they were playing tricks on me, like this wasn't real. Maybe I was dreaming. But this thing was standing upright, and it looked like it was covered in hair like an animal. When it turned its head, the glow of its eyes were yellow, but not like an animal's reflection. This looked like a cigarette in the dark. It was swaying a little, like it was laughing to itself. Then, I swear, on a stack of Bibles, I heard it again, that breathy chuckle. Not words, not even a real sound, but enough to make every hair on your body stand up. I stayed inside that tent until daylight. When we got up, Brian said he'd heard someone whistling during the night. I hadn't heard that. Rob said he heard what sounded like 2 sets of footsteps walking around the edge of the camp. I only heard one. He said one was heavy and the other was a bit lighter, like it was something smaller. We all packed up early without speaking too much about it. I didn't tell this part to them, but when I was rolling up my sleeping bag, I found a perfect circle of mud on one side. It looked like something had pressed a wet hand down. There were 4 long, skinny fingers and this short, stumpy thumb that just didn't look right. We hiked out without speaking. By the time we got to the car, it was like nobody wanted to admit anything weird had happened at all. I tried to joke, saying maybe Bigfoot was just looking for a beer. No one was laughing. That was 2 years ago. I don't do camping, especially now. I didn't like it before, but this turned me completely against the woods in general. I live right next to George Washington National Forest, but I don't go in there either. The thing that bothers me the most isn't the sound or even the height. It was that laugh. Because the more I think about it, the more I realize it wasn't laughing at me. It was laughing with me, like it was enjoying the same jokes or conversations that I didn't even know I'd told. Anyway, that's my encounter. Believe it, don't believe it. Doesn't really change my life at all. Doesn't matter to me. But I myself will never forget that laugh, and it's unexplainable to this day. I've thought every scenario through. None of them makes sense. This was real, and it's unforgettable. C.L. Staunton, Virginia. Hi, Reels. I just want to let you know that I thoroughly enjoy your channel and your narrations. Your channel ultimately made me realize how many of us are walking around holding stories in that we don't feel like we can share. Mine isn't about camping or sightseeing. I was part of a volunteer search and rescue effort in Yosemite about 9 years ago. The call came through on a Wednesday morning in late June. Solo, male hiker, 34 years old, missing near the upper section of Yosemite Falls Trail. His girlfriend said he'd gone out early to photograph sunrise from one of the overlooks and had not returned. The first 12 hours of a search are usually routine. Coordinate the grid. Assign teams. Check all the obvious routes. You learn to work in a rhythm. Look, mark, call it in, move on. You also learn not to get emotional. By day 3, we found nothing. No pack, no camera, no prints. The weather was turning. There was some fog rolling in fast from the west. That's when our team lead decided to push one more run up that ridge past Columbia Rock. I remember thinking the air felt thick up there, like the pressure dropped all at once. We split into pairs. My partner, we'll call him Sean, went left toward a narrow chute, and I took the upper ledge line. I was maybe 15 minutes ahead when I saw movement downslope. It was very quick and very silent, like a person darting between trees. I wasn't thinking any cryptid thoughts in my mind. We were looking for a missing hiker. So I radioed Sean and said I might have visual. He asked, "Is it the subject?" I said, "I can't tell, but it's something walking bipedal and it's pretty big, so I assume it's got to be a human." That was when everything went quiet. Not silent in your normal sense of the word. This was some type of oppressive, heavy quiet. It seemed to press against my eardrums and my hearing started to muffle. I crouched down near a log and started watching. I'm guessing 50 to 60 yards away, something came out of the trees in the fog and stood on the ridge below me. At first my brain obviously went to black bear because it was standing up, dark covered with dark fur, and had a snout and pointed ears. But I immediately realized that's not a bear. It was way too tall and it wasn't built right. This was probably 7 to 8 feet. It had shoulders, wide, almost squared chest. The fur looked uneven, sort of missing patches, like parts of it were wet. The head was the wrong shape as well. It was long, and the ears stuck out to the sides. They weren't rounded like a bear's would be. It was looking uphill, not at me, toward the area where Sean was supposed to be. Then it made this low sound. It was like a hum or a growl someone's trying to keep inside their throat, but involuntarily lets it out. I whispered into the radio, "Sean, stay where you are. There's something between us." He didn't answer right away. Then I heard him say, "I see it." I didn't move, neither did the creature. It just stood there, head tilted slightly to one side like it was listening to both of us. After about 30 seconds, it turned and walked down the slope. It never dropped to all fours. It walked, never touching the trees to balance itself either. The way its back muscles moved under its fur didn't look like any animal I've ever seen. It was closer to human motion, but a lot heavier and more controlled. This was a predator. This thing was a killing machine. We regrouped and called it in as an unidentified subject. The lead said to return to base because of low visibility. That night the fog was thicker, and we had to suspend the search. The next morning a helicopter team spotted the missing hiker's pack about half a mile north of where I'd seen that thing. It was sitting upright against a tree, perfectly placed, not tossed or dropped. His camera was inside, still zipped. The SD card was missing. The official report lists him as unrecovered. His body was never found. I kept quiet for a long time, years, but last fall I went back on my own. I told my wife I was just visiting old friends. I hiked up to the same ridge. The log I hid behind was still there. It was rotted now, covered in moss. But what stopped me cold was a pile of rocks, stacked chest high, maybe 20 yards away. 6 or 7 stones balanced perfectly. I don't know if it was left by another hiker or ranger or something else. I didn't touch it. I just stood there long enough to feel the same air pressure change again. That same heavy, invisible silence. And that was enough to turn me around. I don't think the thing I saw was hunting the missing man. I think it was watching us look for him. And I think it's still up there. Daniel. Hey, Reels. I'm so glad I decided to do this, as I think it will help. I'm not sure if this is supposed to be a confession, closure, or maybe just me talking to a person who won't laugh. My name is, well, not important to this encounter. I'm 63 now, retired from a lifetime of logging and trail work along the Olympic Peninsula. My story happened in 1987. Out near the whole rainforest. This was way long before smartphones and GPS. Back then, if something happened in those woods, it either stayed there or came home in your head. I'd been out marking boundaries for a private timber company. Nothing illegal, just standard survey work near park property. I was alone for about a week, living out of a canvas tent. Rain gear stayed damp. Everything smelled like moss and gas. You get used to that kind of life. The woods become just background noise. By the third night, I noticed the quiet. All I heard was the rain dripping and the occasional branch snapping. It was never close, but never far away either. I believed at the time it was an elk. You would hear them sometimes moving slow through the woods. On the 4th day, around dark, I came across an old overgrown service road that dead-ended at a small clearing. Nothing unusual, except for a feeling that I can't describe here. It's like when you walk into a room and forget why you're there. That flash of disorientation. There was something in that clearing. Not a structure, not a person, just presence. I don't remember hearing it approach, but I looked up and there it was, standing between two trees, at a very short distance away. An unnerving distance, actually, way too close. It was just standing there, half turned like it had been watching me and decided to stop hiding. I would say this thing was 6 to 7 feet in height. Its fur was black with streaks of gray near the chest and on the arms and lower legs. The arms were long, hands almost reaching its knees and shaped like a man. I remember thinking how its fur clumped near the shoulders. It looked like it had a mane, or the hair was just thicker around the upper chest and top of the shoulders and around the back of the neck and head. The most disturbing part were its eyes. They were a dull gold. Now, these weren't glowing, just faintly catching the light. They were actually quite stunning to look at. They didn't look angry. They weren't really curious either. They looked tired. This thing looked either sick or exhausted. We stared at each other for a while. It could have been 10 seconds. It could have been 5. I don't know. Then, as if it decided something, it turned and walked uphill and disappeared into fog. I sat by the tent that night with my headlamp on until it died. I was listening to the rain hit the tarp. Around midnight, I heard a single howl from up the ridge. This wasn't a wolf. I've heard plenty. This started low, rose to a pitch that sounded almost like a voice, then dropped off sharp like it was cut short. I packed up and hiked out early, half convinced that I'd lost my ever-loving mind. Werewolves don't exist, but that's exactly what I saw. A few days later, a coworker radioed that one of the crew found something near that same clearing. There was an elk carcass, untouched except for the head, which had been placed between two stumps. They figured poachers. I figured not. I didn't say a word. I went back there once in 2004. My knees weren't what they used to be, but I made it up that ridge. The clearing's gone now. It's just all ferns and completely grown up. The forest reclaimed it. But when I stood there, the air did not have that same weight to it. That same stillness that presses on your chest was gone. I don't tell people I saw a Dogman. I don't even know if that's what it was. I'm just guessing by the way it looked. Maybe it was something that's always been here. Something older than any name we can give it. Whatever they are, this thing did not come after me. It didn't threaten me in any way. It just watched me, and somehow that feels worse to me. It's more unsettling. Some nights, I hear something in the wind that sounds like that howl. It's probably just my imagination or from the trauma of seeing something that's not supposed to be real. I like to think it's just memory echoing back. If maybe that thing is still out there, or just passed through the area and I was unlucky enough to cross its path, I'm pretty sure that that thing was responsible for the elk carcass. And when I said the head was between two stumps, I'm sure you figured out that it had been removed, and it looked almost surgical in nature. Normal animals can't do that. They won't do that. There was no point. That was just a senseless killing. It wasn't for food, it was for sport, or to leave a sign for anyone that came back into the area. Maybe it was a warning. Who knows why these things do what they do? They seem to be very confusing, with each report having different behaviors. Anyway, please don't use my name. Forks, Washington. Hello, Real Adventures. I just recently found your channel and I'm loving it. I hunt out near Priest Lake every fall. Bow, mostly. A few late season rifle sits if I need to. I've been at it forever. I've been in and out of trucks and stands, and I consider myself a pretty level-headed guy. This one still sits with me and makes me question a lot of things. It was the second week of November. Snow on the shoulder, but not deep. It was a cold snap right when the lake starts to ice along the edges. I parked on a logging spur about a half mile from where I was going to slip into a stand. The truck doors locked, and I always toss my phone, wallet, and keys in my backpack and keep them zipped up. It keeps everything in one place, that way I don't lose anything important. It's a newer pickup with a key fob and a push-button start, and there's no power square window in the rear window that will come into play later. Remember that part. I hoofed in with my bow, maybe 20 minutes to the stand. The twilight was thin, and it makes everything a silhouette. I'd only been in the stand 10 minutes when something moved in the ridgeline across from me. A big, dark shape moving upright between trees. I've seen elk. I've seen all kinds of things. I know the angles of animals. This wasn't something normal. If this wasn't a huge person, then I had a big problem. And you'll soon find out that I did in fact have a huge problem, and I was going to make it worse by being an idiot. I had heard cryptid stories all my life, but never believed them. The first thing I thought is this is a person, or this is a Sasquatch. All that was put to rest when all of a sudden I heard this earth-shattering, wolf-like howl crack through that ridge, and it blew my eardrums out. This thing was extremely loud. No wolf walking this earth could howl like that. After the howl, it was closing, fast, but it was walking careful. It would take a few steps and pause. Now, this wasn't something like a deer moving through the woods. This thing was moving with a purpose, and it was doing some damage. When it cut the ridge and dropped into the thicker brush, it sounded like a dozer. I didn't hang around. I shoved off the stand, grabbed my pack, and wherever I hit the ground is when I started running. I think my feet were running before I actually hit the ground. I didn't stop or look back. I didn't really think at all. What you think you'd do in a normal, quiet moment isn't what you do when something that big is pushing over trees chasing behind you. I got to the truck, threw my pack and my bow into the bed, jumped in, locked the doors. For a second, I just sat there, thinking I made it. I pushed the button to start the truck. That's when I realized, when it said key fob not found, I was in trouble, because I remembered my key fob was in my backpack, and my backpack was in the truck bed. I hit the button again. It just wasn't going to start. The fob was too far away. I remember just looking at the bed through the rear window. My backpack was right there, exactly where I'd thrown it. I could see the zipper. It was so close, but out of my reach. The truck's lights flashed when I first leaned on the door handle earlier, so I thought maybe the fob was close enough to start. But I was wrong. It just wouldn't take. I kept as many lights off as I could, and I laid down on the floor and tried to stuff myself under the seat. I had nowhere else to go. The thing outside was testing the truck. It wasn't a full-on charge or ramming it. It was just heavy slaps and bangs. It was hitting the mirrors and occasional the odd brush against the passenger door. The passenger mirror got hit twice hard enough to gag the sound in my chest. Every time I looked at that mirror, I felt like the outline of something huge should be visible in the reflection. I didn't see a lot. It was all so fast and I was so panicked. But I did see part of the head. This was definitely a dogman, or we have a werewolf running around out there. Are they the same things? Hell, I don't even know anymore. You hear so many encounters about different things, and people have their own take on what they are and where they come from. I'm getting sidetracked. I tried to hit the horn, a short blast. It was more of a reflex than a plan. It made a sound that didn't seem to affect it at all. Whatever was out there answered me with another one of those ungodly howls, and then it was followed by a wet snort at the same time. It was so close it felt like the cab shook. I wasn't about to try to get to that key, and I think it was trying to lure me to open the door. This thing was very smart, and it nearly tricked me once, but after that, I just stayed put. It backed off enough to make me think that it was safe for me to try to grab my pack. As soon as the door opened and the dome light came on, this thing came charging back toward the truck. It was toying with me. I was like a mouse being hunted by a cat. Except this mouse was stuck in a truck with nowhere to run. I cannot describe to you the helpless feeling I had with my phone and my key right there in the bed of my truck. I was awake and cold and stupidly aware of every noise that thing made outside. The tapping kept moving, sometimes at the hood, sometimes at the rear glass. I just stared at the floor mat and kept my focus there. That was the only way I could keep my brain from exploding. Once something raked across the driver's side door with enough pressure, I watched the snow fall from the top of the mirror like a hand had just knocked it off. I could see these smears of muddy water high on the glass, where something had pushed up to look inside. Thank God I didn't look when it was staring in. I would have had a heart attack. The smears stopped at about my shoulder height. I don't know exactly how many hours I was in there. I do know that when the sun came up, that thing disappeared. All I had on me was a hunting knife in my pocket, and that would have done nothing. I'd have been better off just to not try to use it at all. Everything softened with the rise of the sun. Whatever it was moving out there had slipped away into whatever hell it came from. I cracked the door an inch and waited. I didn't see anything, didn't hear anything, so I quickly jumped out, grabbed the pack, and got back in. Remember in the beginning when I mentioned my truck, the back window didn't have the little square sliding window? Yeah, I'm kind of glad it didn't, because if it had, I may have been desperate enough to try and foolishly reach out that window to grab that pack. I don't know what would have happened in that situation, but I was very desperate to survive. And I know how foolish it was for me to drop my stuff in the bed, but that was the easiest and fastest way I could get inside the truck. And this thing was right behind me. I could hear it the whole way out. I honestly didn't think at all when this was happening. It's all like a blur. You usually don't when you're fearing for your life. You run, you hide, you hold on to whatever you can. And that's the honest-to-God true part of all of this. I hear all sorts of explanations for these creatures being spotted. It's usually you saw a bear or a guy in a suit. I've seen both of those. I'm not an idiot. And this didn't move like either of them. This was not a human. That is a certainty. The way it moved was unreal and something that doesn't look like it should be walking around. It moved so fast it was almost a blur. This thing, the fact that it didn't rip my truck door off, tells me one of two things. Either it didn't want to harm me, it just wanted to scare the hell out of me, or it decided I wasn't worth the effort. And honestly, those thoughts make me sleep funny nowadays. I still go hunting. I won't let this thing affect me that much, but it will take a toll on you mentally. But I'll never go back to that specific location, and I will never share the coordinates of that specific location. I don't want that on my conscience. I don't know if that thing's out there, probably not, but if it is, I don't want to send someone out there to face the same thing I did. I won't keep going on and on. That's my encounter. That's the extent of my email. I don't really have anything else to say. I don't have any wise cracks or words of wisdom for anyone. All I can say is I know what I saw, I know what I heard, I know what I felt. I know these things are real. I was looking at it. I was terrorized all night long. If you don't believe in these creatures, I understand. Neither did I. I just hope that your belief isn't broken the same way mine was. I truly hope no one encounters these things. But, unfortunately, it seems to happen more and more lately. It seems to be inevitable if you spend time outdoors. Hell, they even show up around populated areas. Who knows what they are? I don't. One day I hope we can find out. Thank you, Reels. You're doing a great thing here, and I thoroughly enjoy every single upload. Keep going, brother. The answers are out there. J.D., Northern Idaho. Hey, Real Adventures. Don't use my name. I'm 62. I'm a retired pipe fitter. My wife, May, and I pull a small 21-foot fiberglass trailer behind a 3/4 ton. We like to take the long way when we visit our daughter in Texas. We cut down through South Louisiana to see water in Cypress. This was late April of last year. We'd come across LA 70 and planned to overnight a legit campground the next morning. That evening, we were just looking for a quiet place to park and sleep for a few hours. We found a parish boat launch lot, little gravel loop, 2 lights, a dumpster, and a short dock out into the bayou. No tents were set up, no other rigs were there. There was a sign that said no camping, but nothing about no overnight parking. And we weren't unhooking, just catching sleep with the tongue still on the ball, wheels chocked, and the weight distribution bars snug. The air was thick with that marshy smell, sweet, muddy, some jasmine in there somewhere maybe. The tree frogs were loud enough to be a radio station. We ate some sandwiches in the trailer, set the stabilizer light to take the bounce out, and killed the truck. I'd just finished my little ritual, walk around, hand to each latch, tug the coupler pin, check the breakaway cable, when something thumped once on the far side of the trailer. It wasn't extremely violent or loud, it was just enough to make the spoon in my coffee touch the mug. May looked at me, and I looked at her. Could have been the wind, I suggested, though there wasn't any, and I knew it. Then came 3 knuckle-tap knocks on the fiberglass, at shoulder height, slow and even, in the same spot. I stepped out with my headlamp, even though I didn't want to. It was my job as a man. I had a small mag light. I left the door cracked in case I needed to get back in fast. I did the smart thing and spoke first. Evening. We're just parked here for a few hours." No answer. The lot light by the dumpster was not much use at all. I could see the trailer's curve in my periphery and the dark between the trees. What I didn't see was any person standing there to make those knocks. Just the after sway in the stabilizers like something had leaned on the skin and let go. I walked the passenger side, slowly, had my light pointed down low. The smell hit me first. Wet dog and mud, but high like it was coming off the ground. I took 2 more steps and heard breathing, steady draws through a nose. Back in the doorway, I heard May say my name. I told her I'm still here. That's when the breathing moved. A smooth sideways pace that kept my light on trunks and not on a body. The palmetto fronds tilted one after the other the way you see someone shoulder through corn without showing themselves. I put the light on the trailer skin where the taps had been and saw 4 dusty streaks slanted downward. This wasn't claws, scratches, or gouges. There were no cuts, just these wide, clean tracks, like pads had slid and left the dirt from whatever it was on the fiberglass. The top mark was well above my head. May told me to get back inside, and I wasn't disagreeing at all. We went in and latched the door. I told her I'd hit the truck alarm and let it honk, and maybe that would scare whatever was out there away. She said do it, so I pressed the button. The horn answered and the lights pulsed over the lot. From the brush, something made a low huff and then scraped its nails, or something like nails, once along the corrugation under the window. If you've ever run a fingernail across a washboard, you know the sound. It wasn't hard, it was like a hello that you don't want to hear. The trailer rocked a little forward and settled. The stabilizers were set light, like I said, but they still took it. Whatever was outside knew not to crash, just to test. We sat on the bed with the lights off and could hear it walk the perimeter. The slow crunching of the gravel all the way to the tongue. Pause at the hitch. Another pause at the spare tire. Then down the driver's side where the truck cab's shadow was. The tow mirror shook once. May put her hand on my arm and I could feel she was shaking. 10 minutes stretched into 30. The tree frogs were now quiet, and they all of a sudden started again like nothing happened. Every so often we'd hear the dock cleat ping as the wind went across the water, and then a shape would shift between the lot light and the brush in the way that made your stomach twist. This wasn't a person stepping. This was much taller. It was forward in the shoulders. Its head was canted like it was catching our scent off the trailer seam. It looked canine to me. We didn't call anyone. Down there you don't make wildlife panic worse by bringing more lights and more noise. Also, honestly, I didn't want to explain any of this on the phone. We waited it out. Around 3 a.m., a John boat engine came on somewhere upriver, and whatever had been out there took off. So clean, the frogs didn't even pause. In the morning, I walked it again. On the tongue jack was a dry smear where dust had been brushed away in 4 rough ovals, like fingers that ended in pads instead of tips. On the ground by the passenger stabilizer, the damp clay showed 2 shallow ovals, no heel like a boot, broad up front, a faint nail drag ahead of each one. The tow mirror had a mud print on the underside you'd need 6-foot arms to put there without a stool. We didn't measure, we didn't take cast, we didn't do anything a TV show would do. We packed our chocks, raised the stabilizers, checked the pin and coupler like it was any other morning, and drove out of there. May didn't speak much until we were past Pierre Park. Then she finally said, "I don't ever want to park by water again, unless it's a real campground." I agreed. We still travel. I still do my walk around and I still tap each latch. But now I put my palm flat on the skin for a second, like I'm saying, we're just passing through. Folks will say all types of things to try and rationalize seeing something like this. They usually mention a bear, which is the common theme I've seen. Bears knock over trash. They huff and they move on. This didn't feel like a thing that blunders around in the woods. It felt like something that thinks and takes inventory. That's what I think, anyway. The idea of being on a list I didn't know existed will haunt me for the rest of my life. Thank you. R. and May, South Louisiana, Bayou Country. Hello, Reels. I would prefer you not use my name, and if that takes away from the credibility of my encounter, so be it. I don't think names have anything to do with this. I'm 41, married, 2 kids. I work at a school now. The memory I'm about to share is old western South Dakota, late March of '97, but it still sits where I can reach it 1 second if someone asks about the weirdest thing you ever saw. We lived on a little place east of Belle Forge. Cow-calf pairs, nothing big. If you've been out there, you know the look. Shelter belts of cottonwood and cedar to break the wind. Stock tanks that freeze solid at night and need a tap with a bar in the morning. And that wheat stubble color everywhere until May finally greens up. Calving season runs late winter into early spring, so nights are long and you listen a lot. That evening my dad sent me to the south windbreak to check a heifer he thought might calve early. I was 13 years old. Light was going. The wind had that dry edge where it's not cold enough to hurt, but still finds your ears easily enough. Coyotes were yipping, I remember that. They were way off toward the creek, which was pretty normal. When I got within 50 yards of the windbreak, everything shut off. The coyotes, the yips were gone. Not even the sparrows that usually fuss in the cedars. Just wind and grass and then nothing. I remember that more than anything. All of the missing sounds. I had a 2-cell flashlight in my pocket and the old farm handheld radio clipped to my jacket. I called my dad. "I'm at the south trees," he said. "Take it slow." I stepped into the shelter belt and heard footfalls that were not mine. If you've walked on cottonwood leaf litter, you know the sound. Dry and papery. These were 2 heavy steps. Somewhere off to my right. I swung the light and only got trunks and shadows. The heifer was there, fine, stood up when the beam hit her and swung her head like cows do when they're deciding if they care about you being there. Behind her, farther down the row, something paced to stay hidden behind trunks. I caught it once by accident, just the edge of a dark shoulder and the side of a dog head slipping from one cedar to the next. This thing was big, high off the ground. That's all I can tell you. High and forward in a way that carried its top half. I told my dad over the radio I wasn't alone. He sternly told me to stay put. I could hear him step off the porch back at the house. I could even hear the screen door springs from that distance. That detail is stuck to the memory like glue for some weird reason. Those stupid springs on that door. That monster in the trees. I could hear it exhaling. It was extremely loud, like someone letting the air out of an air compressor. It was a long breath that sounded like it came through a throat that was huge. The heifer froze up and did that two-hoof stamp that cows do when they're telling another cow to back off. The breathing was still there. It was getting closer. The closer and louder it got, I started to smell this weird smell. If anyone has ever been close to a coyote or wolf or just a wet dog for that matter, that's what it smelled like. It smelled like a wet dog covered in mud. I didn't run. I don't know why. 13-year-old me decided the smartest move was don't give it your back. I put my light down toward the ground and started talking, because that's what Dad did with half-wild neighbors' dogs. I just kept saying things out loud. I guess it was mostly to calm myself. The animal matched my movements. When I took a slow step left to try to see around the cedar to get a better look, it would take a step right to keep the trunk between us. Perfect mirror. The top of it shifted higher than my dad's shoulders. He's 6'2". The silhouette of an ear laid back for a second and then lifted. I saw eye shine one more time. Amber. And then it tipped its head down and the shine was gone. Dad's spotlight hit the windbreak 10 seconds later. A hard white bar cutting through the gap. He didn't come charging, he walked in carefully, calling the dog by name so I'd know where he was. The beam washed over the trunks and then found me and the heifer. I said, "Other side, Dad," and pointed. The light turned, caught nothing, turned again, and then the cedars were moving in a line like something heavy was moving fast but quietly. Dad didn't shout. He just angled the light down low to look for tracks. The grass under the trees was matted with last year's shed needles and hard to read, but we both saw 3 impressions near the base of the trunk, just not definitive enough to make any sort of guess to what it could have been. Or maybe we could, or one of us could, because after Dad saw these and stared at them for a few seconds, he just told me to back up, in that calm dad voice he used when the four-wheeler wasn't going to make the hill. We walked out together, keeping our shoulders to the trees. The heifer followed us to the edge and then stopped like she'd hit a fence that we couldn't see. We didn't call anyone. I mean, what would you say? Something tall breathed on my kid. We made a loop with the truck with the headlights a half hour later. We saw nothing. The tank ticked as it refroze. Coyotes started up again like a switch had been flipped back on. The next morning, my dad, we went back and he showed me the prints on the ground. He told me if I ever saw anything that matched this or anything similar, to get away from that area and stay away until it's daytime. On the ground, they looked like giant canine prints mashed down. This wasn't boot tread, and it wasn't a hoof. And we don't gather evidence or take pictures of tracks around here on the ranch. We fix fences, we feed the animals, and we move on. That's what we did. I didn't go to the windbreak alone after that. Not for a long time, Dad forbid it. If I had to cross it, I whistled dumb songs and kept my light on, so I could see movement. People will probably say it was a wolf or some other animal or a cow acting funny. I was 13. I imagined it. I was a scared kid out in the dark. We had no wolves there then. It was 97. And a person would have had to been crazy to be out there in some sort of Halloween costume. And not to mention, if someone lived around there, they knew we had firearms and they would have most likely run off when the spotlight hit them. Whatever I watched, thought about where I was, and picked trees, the way a person does when they don't want to be seen. Like we were playing hide-and-seek. I'm fine now. I've worked night shifts, I've walked dark hallways. But every once in a while, if I'm outside near trees at the same hour in March and the wind lays down, I get that missing sound feeling all over again. The human part of me says it's nothing. The kid part of me says, and this is very important, not just for me, but for everyone else, back away, and don't give it your back. Anonymous, Butte County, South Dakota. Just refer to me as Weed Hopper. I was a seasonal hire for the Shasta Trinity National Forest 2019 through 2021. My main job was post-fire erosion control, checking culverts, water bars, downed logs. I'm not a ranger, I'm not law enforcement, I'm just a guy with a truck, a GPS unit, and a clipboard. This encounter took place in October of 2020 near Trinity Center, on a spur called Road 38N14. If you look it up, you'll see it climbs past an old dozer line from the Carr Fire. It's not tourist country. There's no cell service, no cabins after the first gate. I'd parked about 3 p.m. The sky was clear, temperatures were in the 60s. Standard routine. Walk a quarter-mile section, photograph each drainage, mark coordinates, and move on. I left the truck running because bears don't like engines and the radio reception only works with power. Around 4 o'clock, the forest went dead quiet, the way it does before a wind shift, except the air stayed dead. I caught a smell of musky, wet dog and damp bark. I heard a low thud that sounded like someone dropping from a tree branch. It hit the ground hard with weight. I didn't know what was going on, if it was a bear or someone out there climbing trees, which was unlikely, and that would be unsettling on its own. I started clapping and shouting, waving my arms, trying to make myself look big. The smell got stronger, and the feeling hit that I wasn't just near an animal, but that something was watching me from cover. My phone's GPS showed I was still 300 yards from the truck, so I started making my way back. It started pacing me. The sound wasn't 4 legs, it was 2. There was a stride, with a pause and a stride. I could hear branches breaking and flexing. When I stopped, it stopped. When I moved, it moved. Every few seconds I'd hear a short growl. It was very low and deep. And occasionally I would hear controlled, steady breathing. I reached a narrow draw where the old dozer line dipped and crossed a small seasonal creek. The moment I stepped onto the slope, rock chips slid behind me like someone had planted a foot on the same trail. I spun around and saw a shoulder. Gray, brown hair. Sunlight flashed off the guard hairs. Then it stepped sideways, upright, into full view for maybe a split second. It was taller than the hood of my truck, by at least a foot. Chest wide, arms longer than if it were a man in gear. The head was canted, ears forward, and the eyes were yellow. Like a lamp glass catching sun. It let out a deep bark, grunt, one sound mixed together, and it echoed up the draw hard enough that a jay shrieked from somewhere above us. I did what instinct says. Drop low. Back down the slope. Not running, but not slow either. Every time I looked up, it was paralleling, staying 30 feet or so up the ridge, cutting me off from my truck. That was the plan. It wasn't charging me. It was hurting me. I decided to break line of sight. At the bottom of the draw, I crawled behind a root wad from an old wind throw. I radioed base on the handheld. Nothing but static. I could hear this thing sniffing. drawing in air. Then a single knock on a tree. It was loud enough to vibrate through the ground. I don't know if it hit it with a hand, a head, or a stick. Could have been a rock for all I know. The sound was definitely intentional, like it was yelling at me with a punctuation mark. I waited about 5 minutes, and it felt like an hour. Silence again. I slowly crept out, staying under the line of brush. I saw its shadow move between trees toward my truck. The cab light flicked on, automatic sensor, and that completely destroyed me. I ran the last 100 yards. When I got there, the driver's door was halfway open. I know I'd closed it. My clipboard was on the ground, and I saw muddy prints tracked across the ground on the gravel. They were three-toed, huge, round prints. It looked like claws were splayed forward, with pressure ridges deep enough to hold water. I got in, slammed the door, and took off. I drove straight to Highway 3, and I didn't stop until Weaverville. I wrote a simple note in the log. Wildlife interference. Left sight early due to safety concerns. That's as close as truth as you can get on government paperwork without risking your job. 2 days later, I came back with another tech. Same site. Same time of day. We didn't find or hear anything. No silence, no smells. But when we got back, we did find the mirror scuffed, dried like clay chest high, same as before. My partner asked if I thought someone had been up there. I said it's a possibility, and we just left it at that. I've worked around bears, cougars, all kinds of animals. And you know what? Animals act like animals. They're curious, hungry, scared. This acted like a landowner deciding how close it would let me get. Not the shape of it, not the noise. No, that's not what gets me. It's the feeling that I was on someone else's ground, and it knew it. That thing was in charge. It could have got me at any point, but it chose not to. That confuses the hell out of me. Weedhopper, Trinity County, California. Name's Troy. Born and raised in Texas, but not the pretty hill country part. The flat, windy panhandle halfway between Amarillo and Pampa. I work nights for the county road department, checking graders, keeping the shop stocked, fueling rigs before the crew comes in. It's something you couldn't call heroic, but it's a job. This happened in May of 2021, a few miles outside White Deer. I'd stayed late because one of the new guys filled the DEF tank on the wrong truck, and I had to drain and refill it. By the time it got done, it was starting to get late. The shop sits on an old farm to Market Road. Just 2 crappy lights out front and a cattle gate separating it from about 200 acres of mesquite pasture. My truck was parked nose out by the fence. Doors always unlocked. Small town habits die hard. I was halfway through loading scrap in the bed of my truck when I heard something that sounded like a metal door shut. And I mean slam shut. But the echo came from the pasture side, not the shop. I thought it might be a trespasser, so I turned on my flashlight and yelled out, "If you break it, you bought it." I heard no answer. The weird part was the cows weren't making noise. Usually you'd hear them shuffling or snorting in that pasture, but they were silent, and they were all bunched by the far fence line like they'd been herded there. That's when I saw movement by the road grader. Something tall stepped out from behind the rear tire and then quickly right back out of sight. I thought it was a guy, wearing a hood or maybe one of the hands pulling a prank. I yelled out again, "You got about 10 seconds before I start shooting."
I walked closer, and this weird stench was in the air. It smelled like someone had left a soaked German shepherd and let it nap under a truck and had diesel drip on it. The grader's mirrors were angled down, which made no sense. They're usually locked tight. I ducked under the cab to look for footprints and froze, because there were two, one on each side of the oil drip pan, bare, big as my forearm and pressed deep into the ground. I started backing up. I remember saying stupid things out loud. I can't remember, or it wouldn't matter if I did, because it was probably so dumb I would be ashamed to type it out here. This thing came around the front tire. The easiest way to say this: imagine a coyote on stilts and steroids with shoulders like a football player. It was standing, arms bent like a man's but longer. It had huge, gnarly-looking hands, and they were open and hanging down low. The light hit its eyes and they glowed a pale blue, not reflection blue, glowing like the way LEDs would when the battery's dying. I swear to you it tilted its head like it was curious, the same way a dog does when you talk to it. I should have been screaming, but my mouth just wouldn't let any words come out. It made a sound then that reminded me of that sound that alien predator thing makes on the movies, followed directly by a laugh, short exhale through the nose. It stepped back into the dark after the sound. I used that as my cue to retreat in a dignified, cowardly fashion, meaning I power walked to the truck and got in as quick as I could. When I looked back, it was standing by the fence, one of those nasty, gnarly hands resting on the top rail, looking at me like it wasn't sure whether to cross or not. The lot light flickered once, and in that half-second flash, it was gone. It didn't run. It just wasn't there anymore. I sat in my truck laughing, the kind of laugh you do when you're not okay mentally. The door was still open, and the shop cat jumped in my lap, and I just kept petting her, saying, "We're not going to talk about this, all right?" The next morning the crew came in, and I didn't mention it. But when one of the guys moved the grader, he asked who smeared and mud on the mirror housing 6 feet up. I just made a joke and said must have been Bigfoot doing maintenance. I was trying to see what kind of response that would get, to let me know whether I should mention what I'd seen. They all laughed, so I just kept my mouth shut. The truth is, Reels, I don't know what it was. It was too tall, too smooth in its movements to be human, in a suit. It was too quiet for any animal that big. Whatever it was, it decided I wasn't worth the trouble, and that's a decision that I appreciate very much to this day. I still work out there, but I park closer to the shop now, and I make sure to keep the cat inside. She's got better sense than me anyway. Troy, Carson County, Texas. Reels. I love your channel. I did have an encounter, and you asked for encounters, so here's mine. It happened about 2 years ago just outside Stillwater, Minnesota. I fish early mornings before work when the weather's right, usually off the small bridge where the St. Croix River widens out. It's peaceful, nobody around at that hour. That morning the fog was thick enough to make the water look like glass. I parked near the bridge, grabbed my rod, and walked out halfway across. The only sound was the current underneath and the hum of the power lines. About 10 minutes passed, and I felt something shift. Not the bridge itself, just the sense when you're not alone anymore. Out of the fog to my left, I saw movement near the far end. Something stepped out, onto the railing like it just belonged there. At first, my brain said that's the biggest dog I've ever seen. Then it straightened up. I locked up with my hand on the reel. This thing was tall, I'd say 7 feet. It had long arms hanging down to its sides. Its fur looked black and wet. It didn't look straight at me at first. It was looking down at the water, leaning slightly forward like it was watching the surface for fish. I stared at it for a few seconds, and that's when it turned its head just enough that I could tell it knew I was there. It didn't act startled. It didn't act angry. It just was aware of my presence. We stood there like that for maybe 30 seconds. The fog made everything dead silent. It slowly slouched down, still facing the river, and jumped down off the bridge onto the bank below. I heard the soft splash of water and then nothing else. I waited another 10 minutes before I packed up and drove home. I didn't tell anyone, didn't even mention it to my brother who fishes that same spot. I go there sometimes still, but it has to be a bright, sunny day. The thing never showed aggression or tried to hurt me in any way. I don't really know what type of vibe or what to think about these creatures. Whatever they are, this one did not act wild. It acted civilized, like it had a purpose, like I'd walked in on it doing something it had done 100 times before. That's all I have. Anonymous, Washington County, Minnesota. It's good I'm finally deciding to do this. Hello, Reels. I live about 10 miles outside Troy, Alabama, on a little patch of land that used to be my parents'. We've got a garden, a few goats, and a small chicken coop for eggs. Last spring around 2 in the morning, I woke up for no reason at all. The house was quiet, but something felt wrong. I sat there for a minute and realized the usual sounds outside were all missing. There was nothing. I slipped on my shoes and walked into the kitchen. The motion light above the back porch was on, which meant something had triggered it. I looked through the window toward the coop, and that's when I saw it. It was standing beside the wire enclosure, half in the light, half in the dark. It was tall. I don't know how tall, but I would guess probably 8 to 9 feet. Yeah, that big. It was extremely thin, but in the waist area, that is. The shoulders were broad. The head was shaped like a dog's. It had a long muzzle and those pointed ears that kind of angle backward. Its arms hung almost to its knees, or what appeared to be knees. The weirdest thing was that the chickens weren't making a sound. Normally, they'd explode with noise if anything got near them, but they were all still, pressed to the far corner like they were afraid to breathe. The thing wasn't trying to break in, it was just watching them. Its head kept swaying and tilting a little, making slow movements. It looked like it was amused or it was studying them. Every few seconds it would lean closer, almost like it was listening for something inside the coop. I didn't turn the main porch light on right away. I stood there frozen, not sure what I was seeing. Finally, I decided to hit the switch, and the brighter light flooded the yard. It looked straight at me through the window. Its eyes were shining a dull yellow. It looked like animal eyes to me. Nothing special or abnormal, just a reflection. We stared at each other for no longer than 2 to 3 seconds, and it turned and took off into the trees. The chickens stayed quiet the rest of the night. I didn't hear a single move out there. The next morning, I went out to the coop. There was no damage. I didn't find any tracks. Everything was exactly how I left it. Buddy, I've lived here my whole life, and I've seen every critter that crawls in these woods. But I've never seen anything that big that could stand like that. This thing wasn't hunting, or it would have devoured the chickens. It was simply observing. It acted like it understood what it was looking at. I don't know about you, but the absolute level of intelligence shown here is mind-boggling and spine-tingling at the same time. Thank you, Deborah, Pike County, Alabama. I'm not even really sure how I should start this. I won't give my name, but I live just outside Nampa, Idaho. I'm 19 now, but this happened when I was 17 in 2023. I wasn't planning on writing in, but I've listened to your show long enough to know that what I saw seems to be a normal occurrence, and a lot more people out there have seen it. I've been thinking about this every night since it happened. It was late summer, hot enough that we'd hang out outside just to get a breeze. My best friend lived one street over, and his backyard backed up to this big drainage field. There's a tall wooden privacy fence separating the neighborhood from it, and behind that fence is just open land and eventually hits a tree line. That night it was me, my friend, and his cousin. We were sitting on the patio around midnight being stupid, sneaking, smoking, joking around, just bored. His parents were asleep inside. His motion light was off, so it was pitch black except for this little Bluetooth speaker we had playing music. Over the music, we heard this thump from the other side of the fence. It wasn't extremely loud, but it was loud enough we heard it clearly. It made us all pause. I remember them turning the music down, and one of them said, "Is that a deer?" That would have made sense, but then came this creak like the sound of wood under massive pressure. We all turned toward the sound at the same time. The top of the fence stands about 7 feet, give or take. We watched one of the panels move slightly like something was pressing against it from the other side. There wasn't any wind, so I couldn't blame it on that. I honestly didn't have any idea what was happening. Out of nowhere, a shape came over the fence, not climbing it, but jumping and clearing it. I'm talking full body, silent, effortless. It landed in the grass without a sound. It was down low, like it was absorbing the impact. The three of us couldn't move. I thought maybe someone's big dog had gotten out. I didn't know what else to think. Your brain thinks weird things when it's under massive pressure. But when it stood up, man, it was no dog. It was standing upright. Narrow waist. The fur was dark enough to blend right in with the night. The shoulders were huge. It was facing slightly away from us, and I remember seeing the muscles in its back move as it straightened up. Not a one of us could say a word. The only sound I could hear was my heartbeat. It turned its head slow and smooth until we could see the profile. It had a head like a wolf. Or you could say a German shepherd, but it was a lot bigger. It looked right at us. Its eyes caught a bit of the kitchen window light, and they were reflecting a bright red color. This thing didn't even do anything. It just stood there, breathing slowly like it was waiting to see what our reaction was going to be. One of the guys whispered, "Don't move." But the other guy didn't listen. The cousin. By the other guy, I mean the cousin. He jumped up and ran for the sliding door. That sound of his feet scraping across the patio made it turn quickly. I don't mean like an animal. I mean it rotated its upper body toward him, very controlled. I thought that was it. I thought it was about to leap at us, but instead it just stepped back. And then in a single motion it dropped back down to all fours and jumped the fence again, and was gone as fast as it came. We all ran inside, locked the doors. We were loud, and his parents woke up and came down thinking someone had broke in. When we told them what we saw, they looked at each other like we were high or making it up. We weren't. Was this a Dogman, or could it have been something else? I've listened to some of this stuff, but I'm not that well informed, and this is all very confusing to me. I was raised to believe monsters aren't real, but I saw one. I've gone over this in my head 1,000 times. The thing that sticks out the most is how it moved. There was no fear there, no hesitation. It knew that we were human, like it knew exactly what we were, and we were no threat to it at all. Sometimes I wonder if it had been there before we even noticed it. Maybe it had been watching us for a while, waiting for us to go inside, and finally got tired and jumped the fence anyway. I don't sit out at night much anymore. Every time I hear a noise by the fence, my chest gets tight, like it's happening all over again. Canyon County, Idaho. I'm going to include my name, every bit of information I have. You choose what you want to share. I'm too old to care anymore. My name's Harold, and I'm 71. I've lived my whole life in Ashland County, Ohio. The story I'm about to tell you isn't dramatic or filled with screaming or something chasing. It's nothing like that. It's just something that happened a few summers ago that changed how I look at this place I've called home. My property sits at the very end of Miller Road. Gravel turns to dirt. Then it just stops at the edge of the woodlot. It's quiet out here. You can go days without hearing another car. I mow my pasture once a week and keep the edges trimmed where the trees start to creep in. It was late July. The sun was just about gone. The sky was that orange color that fades into blue. I was finishing up mowing when I noticed movement at the trees. It wasn't something moving fast. It was slow enough to make me look twice. At first I thought it was a deer walking the edge of the woods, but then it stopped and stood taller, a lot taller. It stepped out far enough that I could see the outline as clear as day. I don't care what anyone says, I know what I was looking at. This thing was standing upright, very broad across the shoulders and chest. It was the shape of a man, a big man at that, but it was covered head to toe in hair or dark fur. I cut the mower off and just sat there on the tractor seat watching it. The thing didn't move much at first. It was maybe 50 yards away, standing with its arms hanging loose at its sides. Its head was moved in a way that it was trying to figure out what I was or what I was doing. I didn't feel threatened at all. That's the strange part. This looked like a monster, but I wasn't afraid of it. Not right away. We just stared at each other for what felt like a very long time, though it was probably a short minute or less. It moved like it was going to turn toward the woods. That's when the wind carried in this smell. It wasn't rotten or dirty. It was just a heavy, earthy musk, like wet, damp earth and animal hide. Then it did turn real slow and took 3 steps into the trees. I watched it walk away. I watched it disappear without looking back or showing any signs of violence or aggression. I didn't move until the cicadas started up again. It's strange what sticks with you. the human memory. I don't remember fear as much as the weird kind of calm that was there after it left. Like whatever it was, it decided that it wasn't there to do harm. I told my neighbor about it a few days later. Of course, he laughed. I would have too. Said it was probably a black bear. I didn't even try to argue. No sense trying to explain something when you don't fully understand it yourself. That's been 4 years ago now. Every summer I keep the field cut back the same way. Every once in a while, every blue moon, I get that feeling again. When I'm mowing like someone's watching from the edge of the woods. I don't go looking, and nothing else has ever shown itself. Maybe it was warning me to respect its boundary. Maybe it was just curious and heard the mower. Either way, I mow up to that spot every time, stop the tractor, and look toward the trees. I haven't seen it again, but I always nod just in case it's there, watching me. I'd rather keep the peace, if possible. Thank you. Harold G., Ashland County, Ohio.
Hey, Real Adventures. I live about 20 minutes east of Allegan, Michigan, and I've hunted and trapped small game in the Allegan State Game Area since I was old enough to carry a .22. You can call me Mark. I'm writing this because what happened in late November of 2013 has constantly had me second-guessing every sound that I ever hear in the woods since it happened. I don't really know exactly what I saw, but I can tell you it wasn't a coyote or any animal that I've ever ran across before. It was the Saturday after Thanksgiving. A couple inches of fresh snow on the ground. I parked off 118th Avenue near the Swan Creek section of the game area. I wasn't doing anything illegal, to make that clear. Just a small pull-off a lot of locals use. My plan was to set up near the edge of the cutover where deer feed after dark. Around dusk, I got settled in. Everything felt quite normal. The sharp winter quiet. It's a common thing that most people are aware of. It's when you can hear snow settling off the branches. I'd hear a few distant shots earlier, probably other hunters calling it a day. I wasn't so lucky. Around 5:30, the woods went completely still and silent. It wasn't the usual evening lull either. It was empty. That's what got my attention immediately. Maybe 10 or 15 minutes later, something started pacing just out of my vision sight, and it was behind me. The steps were careful but sounded extremely heavy. They were too heavy for a deer, and they were spaced out in a way that definitely wasn't a raccoon. Every time I turned my head, it would stop. I even whistled once, thinking maybe it was another hunter walking in, but nothing answered. After a minute or two, it circled closer. I could hear it crunching in the snow. This was a feeling of pure dread and anxiety. You can hear something big coming directly your way and you can't see anything. The weird part was the rhythm of the steps. This wasn't four-footed. No, this was step by step. I could clearly tell it was like a person trying to sneak in, but wearing heavy hunting boots. It sounded just like another hunter. I called out, trying to get anyone's attention. When I flicked my light back there, I caught a quick reflection. I saw a set of eyes. They were bright yellowish white, and they were extremely, disturbingly high off the ground. I saw them blink once, and whatever it was went sideways and disappeared behind a tree. The beam caught
the bark on the tree and something dark against it. It moved too fast for me to be able to tell exactly what it was. I know what normal deer eyes look like at night. They glow greenish or sometimes a pale blue. This wasn't either of those. The color was more like a car headlight reflecting off of something amber, maybe glass. I stood there a long minute trying to tell myself it was an owl on a branch or some kind of trick of the light. Then I heard this thing exhale. That was the only way I can describe what I heard. It was just a big, fast rush of air. And I know people are going to say deer can sometimes do that when they blow at you, but this was not the same. This was like a deep breath forced through something's teeth. It froze me solid. I backed up toward the field edge, keeping the light pointed where I'd last seen those eyes. About halfway to the clearing, something heavy crashed once into the snow, then stopped. It sounded like something may have jumped or stomped. When I reached my truck, the forest went quiet again. There was no pursuit, no sounds at all, actually. I sat in the cab of my truck for about 10 minutes before I started it. I dropped the keys twice, and when I finally pulled out, my headlights hit the trees. And there, between two of them, I saw what looked like a shape leaning out. It was something that appeared to be watching me. I could see big shoulders. I could see a long muzzle. It couldn't have been shadows. There's just no way. I could have been imagining it, I suppose, but the angle of the head was definitely wrong for a deer. The size was off. And the eyes hit those lights from the truck, and it was the same color and the same height as before. I didn't stop to check. I left and drove straight home. And me, I'm like everyone else. I know how all this sounds. I don't expect anyone to believe it. Hell, I actually expect them not to. Maybe this was a prank. Maybe a big dog had learned to stand in a weird way in the dark. But I've hunted Michigan woods my whole life. Nothing else has ever moved like that, or made me feel like I was prey. I thought you might want to share this. Take it for what it's worth. M.R. Michigan. Hey, Reels. I'm going to be writing this email under my initials, KM, because I still work for the same maintenance company that covers several highway rest areas up north. The one I'm talking about is off Highway 64, just south of Manton, Michigan, near the Wexford County line. If you've stopped there before, you know this area. 2 picnic pavilions, vending machines, and a short paved trail that loops around the trees behind the bathrooms. I work overnights. My shift starts at 10 p.m. and runs until 6 in the morning. That's a lot of cleaning, a lot of refilling paper, emptying trash, and checking the cameras when something triggers the motion alerts. Normally, it's mostly truckers, teenagers, or sometimes deer. Last March, something else triggered, and it still gives me the creeps when I think about it. It was around 2:30-ish a.m. I was inside mopping the tile near the vending machines when the motion alarm beeped on the monitor. The screen cycles through 4 cameras: parking lot, picnic area, trail entrance, and the back fence. On the trail feed, I saw what I first thought was a person walking along the blacktop. Tall, long strides and arms hanging loose to the side. I was jumpy but not overly concerned, so I stepped outside to remind whoever it was that the trail closed after dark. But when I got out there, I felt this strange feeling, and I couldn't hear anything. It was dead quiet. I couldn't hear footsteps, and usually the gravel crunches even from the sidewalk. I walked halfway down the trail's sign, shining my flashlight between the trees. I caught a glint of something, maybe 20 or 30 feet ahead, and it was pale yellow. I could see him swaying like whoever it was leaning or breathing. I called out again. When I took another step forward, I heard this low growl that didn't sound like a person or a dog, obviously. It came from deep in something's chest, like a diesel idling. I backed up and went back inside. I wasn't about to get mauled by someone's off-leash dog or possibly worse. Once inside, I watched the screen again. Whatever it was had definitely moved a bit closer to the trailhead. Just at the edge of the light, it stood too tall to be an animal. The shape wasn't right for a man either. The shoulders were narrow but high. The head had a forward lean like a wolf sniffing the air. The camera's low quality, but I could see the outline of this creature shifting. It was definitely standing tall. After a few seconds, the motion alert shut off. Nothing moved or any other camera. I waited 5 minutes to grab my radio and called the state police post in Cadillac. They said they'd send a patrol car to swing by and check it out. By the time the trooper got there, it was probably 20 minutes later. That thing was gone. He walked the trail with me, and about halfway in, his light hit some strange prints in the leaves and mud right along the pavement's edge. They looked like big barefoot tracks, each one with a front pad and faint marks ahead of it. I can't be sure, but it definitely looked like claws or nails to me, like they had barely touched the ground. The officer said it must have been a bear, but even he didn't sound too convinced. We followed them until they veered off into some thick woods and were gone. There was no trash cans tipped over, no food wrappers. There was nothing disturbed to point towards a bear being in the area. What completely caved my head in was what happened the next week. I was back on shift, different night, same time, and the trail camera glitched. It froze on one frame for a few seconds before completely cutting out. When I replayed the footage later, the timestamp showed 2:38 a.m. And for just 2 frames before the freeze, you can see this blurred shape moving between the trees. Its shoulders looked like they were hunched and chest was thick. It had one arm bent like a person mid-step, but the eyes reflecting straight into the lens, even though the camera is 10 feet off the ground. You tell me what's that tall. Our tech guy said it was compression artifacting. Maybe, but I've seen all types of animals and people on that camera for years, and nothing I've ever seen looked like that. Now, I wasn't allowed to copy the footage for some odd reason. I guess some kind of company policy thing, I'm not sure. I don't tell this around work anymore. Nobody wants to hear about monsters when they're grabbing coffee at 3 in the morning. I'll just say this, that rest area still gives me a feeling when I pull in alone. It's not fear exactly. It's the feeling and sense that something out there already knows I'm coming and has my pattern and routine down. If I see anything else, I'll let you know. KM. This takes place in Michigan. I live in Attica, not far from the Lapeer State Game Area. I've been bow hunting there, and in those woods every October for about 15 years now. I usually keep to myself. I set up early and I don't wander too far from familiar ground. The evening this took place was the second week of October in 2019. It was oddly a warm day. It was a silent afternoon, and it usually makes for a good hunt. I parked off Pratt Road near a cutover where the pines meet a patch of older oak. There's a narrow two-track that runs maybe a third of a mile back, and that's where I hung my climbing stand. Around 6 in the evening, I was settled about 18 feet up, a straight oak. The woods were quiet, but not in a bad way, just still air before the sun sets. I remember a couple of woodpeckers working the deadfall and a squirrel fussing at something down the ridge. Everything was normal until it wasn't. A few minutes before dark, I started noticing a pattern of sound behind me. It sounded like something moving through the leaves, but I could not tell exactly what it was. It was loud. It sounded like a person, so obviously another hunter came to mind. I thought someone maybe poaching was sneaking in there late. I coughed loud on purpose and shifted on the stand to make some noise. But whoever it was didn't seem to take notice or call out or answer. The sound drifted a bit, and it was slow. I raised my flashlight and swept it across the undergrowth. For maybe half a second, I caught a flicker of something. I can't really tell at that point what it was, but it definitely did not look like a deer, which is what I was after. It was about as high as my shoulders, even though I was in the tree. Before I could focus, it was gone. I stayed still, thinking maybe it was something in the trees. A few seconds later came a weird sound. It sounded like a dog sneezing or something of the sort. It was a sound through its nose. It was lower and heavier. That's when I felt this feeling that wasn't fear. It was something else, something stronger. I would call it dread. I decided to sit and wait it out as long as I could, but once it got dark, there's no way. I packed my gear and climbed down slow. When I got to the ground, I hit the same area with my light again. I had that feeling. It was strong. I'd say 10 yards back. I could see these weird marks where something had ripped the bark off of a pine. Now, it could have been anything. I didn't see any gouges to imitate claw marks or anything like that. But fresh bark was ripped off the tree. It was about a foot wide and a foot tall, just a big chunk. The sap was still wet. I've never been scared or jumpy in the woods, even at night. But I can tell you I didn't take my time getting back to the road. I did a quick look around the clearing once I got out. There was nothing moving, but that feeling was still very strong. It was starting to weigh on me. I felt kind of dizzy and sick to my stomach. I'm not sure if that was from being nervous or scared. Now, I will hunt. It never broke me that bad. But I definitely moved my stand to the other side of the ridge. I won't hunt there. I don't know if that was a bear. I guess it could have been. It was definitely big enough. A bear, though, I would suspect would have grunted or just kept moving. Most of the time, they will stay as far away from human scent as they can get. But this watched me. It waited. It left marks high up on a tree. It was far enough I myself don't think a bear could have reached it, even a big one. I'm sure everyone's familiar with all the Dogman lore wrapped around this state. I didn't take much stock in it, not until that happened. What I know for sure is that night something in those woods had me in its sights, and it wasn't a deer. Michigan.
Hello. My name is Greg. I'm from Grayling, Michigan. Now, I'm not a hunter. I used to be, but I don't hunt anymore due to some injuries and my age. But I do like to get outside when I can. My hobbies are metal detecting, coins, old tools, farm junk. Most weekends in the warmer months I pick a back road, park where it's legal, and poke around foundations and fence lines. I stay respectful. I never dig where I shouldn't. It was the summer around July of 2022. I took a trip out toward Kalaska County. There's a patch of old state forest east of Rapid River Road where you can still find remnants of early logging camps. I'd read about one on an old plat map and figured I'd see if any traces were left behind. It was humid that day. I was sweating up a storm. I parked on a sand-filled two-track and walked in maybe half a mile with my detector. I started sweeping near what looked like the corner of a foundation. It wasn't much, just a few stacked stones with some moss on them, but it lined up square to the road like a cabin site. Within an hour, I'd found a rusted hinge, a square nail, and what looked like a broken glass medicine bottle. All normal for that area. Around noon, the forest went noticeably quiet. It wasn't spooky, just like the air changed, like something shifted. I'd felt it before, but never this strong. A second later, my detector started chirping, like it was over something huge. But when I dug down, there was only packed sand. I widened the hole, expecting maybe a buried sheet of tin. I found wood, like the top of a box. When I brushed more sand away, I realized it wasn't a box at all. It was the corner of a timber running under the ground, bigger than a railroad tie. My guess is the old cabin had sunk over time. While I was clearing that corner, I heard something drag in the brush. It was somewhere behind me or off to my left. I called out, hoping that I'd see another person. The dragging sound stopped as soon as I spoke. Then it took off again from a different angle this time. I set the detector down and started listening. I picked up a sound that reminded me of a dog breathing heavy, and when a dog is panting hard. It didn't sound right, though. It was spaced like a person catching their breath between steps. I yelled out again and informed this person if this was your property, I'll just leave. It stayed quiet, though. I took a few steps toward the direction of my truck and heard something that sounded identical to a dog sniffing, quickly and loud. It was 2 or 3 pulls of air through something's nostrils, and it was strong enough that it carried across the clearing. I grabbed my pack, scared at this point, and started backing out. I kept my eyes on the brush line. About 10 seconds later, I saw more movement. It looked like a shadow quickly darting in the woods, and it was upright and tall enough that the top of it brushed the lower limbs. Now keep in mind when I say it darted, this wasn't like a normal run of something alive. It sort of drifted sideways like it was floating. It was definitely trying to keep the trees between us until I was gone, or it was gone. I got back to the truck in maybe a minute. Before I started it, I noticed my detector coil light was still flashing. Back in that clearing, I'd left it without even thinking. It was sitting upright, leaning against the hole that I'd dug out.
I know I dropped it flat when I walked off. I do remember that after thinking on it. The next weekend I went back with my cousin. That hole was filled in, neatly, like someone had packed or tamped it down. The ground was level, and there was no sign I'd even dug there. He thought I was kidding until he found my old shovel mark on the log where I'd propped it. I've detected for 20 years now. I've found a lot of weird stuff. I've found live rounds. I've even found bones and old toys. But I've never had a day like that. Whatever that was breathing out there like a huge dog didn't want me digging any deeper for some reason, or that's the feeling I get. Maybe it was a bear. Maybe something older still lives near that foundation. On the weekends sometimes I'll go out looking, but I haven't been back in that area. I'm not saying I wouldn't go, I just haven't had the urge to go back out there. The woods out there, though, they do feel occupied in a way that I can't explain. Could this have been a Dogman? You tell me. Greg. Please don't use my name, Reels. And I am so glad to hear from you, and even more glad to hear you say you're going to use my encounter. I'll be listening intently, waiting for it. I know you'll do a good job. You always do. I live near Coldwater, Michigan. It's off old US 12. It's a small trailer park, maybe 30 units total. Mostly families, a few retirees. I've been there 8 years with my son, who's 12 now. I'm not an outdoors person. I don't hunt or hike or anything of the sort, so I never thought I'd be writing something like this. But I don't have another way to explain what we've been hearing and seeing around here lately. It started October of last year, if I'm not mistaken. The nights were getting colder, I remember that, and I'd started letting our cat out before bed so he could wander a bit. Around 10 at night one evening, I heard him growl from the porch. Everyone knows that low, deep sound that cats make when they're warning something to stay away. When I opened the door, he shot inside like he'd been kicked. I stepped out thinking maybe there was a raccoon under the skirting, but the yard was empty and quiet. Normally you could hear the highway a half-mile off or crickets or something. That night there was nothing. I stood there a few seconds listening, and I heard something walking in the gravel behind the trailer. I thought it was my neighbor's boyfriend who sometimes cuts through the lots. He drinks a little at times and just wanders in places where he shouldn't be. The steps stopped, then I heard what sounded like something sharp, maybe nails or claws, tapping once against the metal siding. It was just a single click, like someone tapping, just a slow, intentional tap on the metal. I backed up, locked the door, and that was it for the night. 2 nights later, my son woke up around 2 in the morning. He said someone was outside of his window. I thought he just had a nightmare, but when I went in his room, I could hear it. There was something breathing, and I could hear it through that thin trailer glass. The window was covered by a curtain, so I pulled it back and there was nothing visible, except there was this faint outline of moisture slowly evaporating where something warm had been standing close, or breathing on the glass. The next morning I walked around the trailer. I didn't find anything, no sign of anyone walking through the grass, and the grass was wet from the dew. There would have been some sort of semblance of someone's presence, or grass would be pushed down. You would have found something. Not to mention the ground back there is soft clay. Anything walking would have left marks. Something. I asked my neighbor if her dog had gotten loose. She said no, and that her dog wouldn't go near the back fence lately. Said it keeps staring at the woods behind the dumpster lot and growling at nothing. About a week later, we had one more incident. I was on the couch watching TV around midnight when the security light on the pole clicked on. It's motion activated, and it's as bright as a spotlight. I looked out the kitchen window, expecting to see someone walking their dog, but the light was just bouncing off of fog. Right before it shut off again, I saw a shape standing beside the fence. It was tall, and I mean 7 to 8 feet. Its shoulders appeared to be sloped in this weird hunchback way. Its head was leaned forward, and it was like it was watching the trailers out of the tops of its eyes. The light went off and didn't come back on again. I just tried my best to ignore it. I was so scared I didn't want to admit that I'd just seen that thing. I was telling myself it was a person in a hoodie. It had to be. But when the snow came that December, the cat wouldn't go outside at all anymore. He'd sit by the door and stare, his tail puffed and slowly wagging. He was definitely acting like something was out there, and it was something that he didn't like. I haven't seen anything since, but I have a feeling that that's not the end of it. Outside, occasionally, there'll be that same silence and some heavy feelings, but I haven't seen it. It'll pass after a few minutes, and the normal night sounds will come back. I'll be honest, when I first reached out to you, I did not think you would use this, being as I never really saw it clearly. I personally think it was a Dogman, but I guess it could be some other cryptid. I don't really know how I feel about it. I don't know if I even believe it myself. But I saw something. There was something definitely out there. Again, thanks for reading this.